This is you, right? This is not me.
What's you?
If you, only if you ask me a question, you, right? You
Yeah.
do the intro, right?
Yeah.
Jeez Louise, I had a
Jeez
panic attack for a
Louise.
second. I was
Why?
like, there's no way I'm doing that.
If I give you a general statement,
Right,
but it
then I'll
doesn't sound like
yeah.
a question, it means I'm leading you in.
Yeah.
Okay?
If you want to, you can also like.
So, and I know, like, I have my glasses on, but I'll
Yeah.
with my hands, just general cues, yeah. On a windy day in the Philadelphia area, the Huskies have dominated this setting. 8 straight conference tournament titles. The Owls, Philly tough to provide the challenge. Live from the Proving Grounds, it's the 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championship presented by Jeep. Semifinal number 1 between Temple and number 7 UConn. You want it quicker? All right. All right. All right. A windy day in the Philadelphia area. 8 straight conference tournament titles for the Huskies. The Owls to provide the challenge. Temple and UConn for the 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championship presented by Jeep. Semifinal number 1 on the day between Temple and UConn. And here on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi. Good afternoon, everyone. There's the bracket. Liberty and Old Dominion later today. All right. You want it quicker? All right. Much quicker. You got it. All right, let's go. Windy here in the Philadelphia area for the 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championship presented by Jeep right here on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi. Semifinal number 1 between Temple and UConn on the Big East Digital Network. I'm Nick Montaigne alongside Allie Campbell. Allie, here's the bracket. What kind of matchup do we have for today?
Yeah, the first matchup, we're going to see a high-intensity game, a structured game, and a lot of pressure.
Nienke Orlemans, the Dutch defender, an all Big East second teamer for the Owls, just a fantastic player. How much does she mean to Temple?
They're their backbone in the screen position, and she really holds them accountable in that midfield, and she gets them going on attack and keeps them in their structure on defense.
8 wins for the Owls on the season, while UConn has won 8 straight Big East tournament titles. Sophie Hamilton just named the 2021 Big East Offensive Player of the Year.
And she's just so talented. She provides that spark on attack and that gritty tackle back mentality on defense, and I'm looking forward to watching her take it to Temple today.
She leads the nation in points per game as Temple looking for their first win against UConn since 1989. The first semifinal coming up next on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi.
Good job.
Windy here in the Philadelphia area for the 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championship presented by G. Windy here in the Philadelphia area for the 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championship presented by Jeep right here on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi. Semifinal number 1 between Temple and UConn on the Big East Digital Network. I'm Nick Montaigne alongside Allie Campbell. Allie, here's the bracket. What kind of matchup do we have for today?
Yeah, the first matchup, we're going to see a high-intensity game, a structured game, and a lot of pressure.
Nika Orlemans, the Dutch defender, an all Big East second teamer for the Owls, just a fantastic player. How much does she mean to Temple?
They're their backbone in the screen position, and she really holds them accountable in that midfield, and she gets them going on attack and keeps them in their structure on defense.
8 wins for the Owls on the season, while UConn has won 8 straight Big East tournament titles. Sophie Hamilton just named the 2021 Big East Offensive Player of the Year.
And she's just so talented. She provides that spark on attack and that gritty tackle back mentality on defense, and I'm looking forward to watching her take it to Temple today.
She leads the nation in points per game as Temple looking for their first win against UConn since 1989. The first semifinal coming up next on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Ignite us, enlighten us. Show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, Monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how Monarchs reign.
Welcome back to the Big East Field Hockey Championships presented by Jeep. We are here for the first game of this tournament and almost underway. UConn taking on Temple. Quite the matchup here today for UConn, coming out very well rested. They missed their last 3 games. They were canceled due to COVID protocol reasons. They missed 7 this season. Coach Caddy tells me that they are not rusty. They are ready to play, energize these women, ready to finally play another game. And on the other side, Temple, they have 15 weeks of being COVID-free this week. I asked Coach Chufo what the secret is. She says they got on them very hard in the fall. This program has something to prove. Now, when it comes to today, they played 7 games more than UConn. I said, does that put you at a little bit of a disadvantage? She said, no, not really. We've needed the practice, and we are excited to be here. Their first championship berth since 2016. Guys, let's see how this one plays out.
Thanks, Ashley. UConn is 9-1 on the season. They just won their 20th Big East regular season title. Allie, their 8th straight, while Temple has 8 wins, 4 wins in the conference. They won 3 straight. They beat Villanova in back-to-back matches to get that final 4th seed.
Yeah, and UConn is just a standard for excellence, and they're competitive every single year, and they just really bring a whole new level to the game of field hockey. And I'm excited to see Temple take it to them as the quote-unquote underdog. They're gritty, they're tough, and they're always together and willing to fight the battles. So I'm excited to see how this one's going to match up.
Temple had been good for a number of years. Then they went to a little bit of a funk, and Mary Beth Freeman was replaced, but Susan Chufo has come in and instantly last year in 2019 really turned them around. The defense got a lot better.
Yeah, and Susan's just a detail-oriented, just an incredible coach, and she cares about the players as athletes and as students, and it just goes to show that their culture there at Temple is well-rounded, and they're just ready to go here today.
And you just got to look at UConn under Coach Paul Caddy. He had been the assistant coach for basically a decade as Nancy Stevens just retired. 700 wins and all the national championships. They just won 3 natties in the past decade, but they're still the best program in the country, arguably.
Yeah, and I had the opportunity to play against UConn while Nancy Stevens was there and Paul Caddy, and again, they just promote excellence up there, and it'll be a really exciting game today to see both of these go head-to-head.
Underway, semifinal number 1 between Temple and UConn. The Owls here from the Philadelphia area. Not much of a drive to get to the proving grounds here in Conshohocken, just outside of Villanova's campus. This is the Villanova field hockey field that opened up in 2016. Beautiful rolling surface with the water cannon so the ball rolls smoothly, Allie.
Yeah, and being able to play on a water-based pitch is a huge advantage. You use a dimpled ball so that the friction of the turf can keep the ball down, and it just goes a lot smoother than the rubber pellet turf. So I know for sure the athletes are happy to be able to have this opportunity to play on such a beautiful field.
You practiced here this morning. How was it?
It was windy and it was cold, but it was exciting. We also got to play a little of an inter-squad scrimmage, so feeling the game day vibes, definitely.
It's a smaller NCAA tournament field this season. The Ivy League's not playing, so that gives 1 extra at large bid. It was only supposed to be 2 at large bids, Allie. Now it's 3, so there's even more of an emphasis on this automatic bid in terms of who wins this Big East championship, correct?
Yeah, and just like you said, Nick, if you win the championship, you control your own fate. So I think that's what both teams and both coaches have emphasized, that do your part, stay present, get the job done, and give yourself that opportunity to be in the best position possible for the NCAA tournament.
Especially in semifinal number 2 with Liberty and Old Dominion, who are having great years. One of those teams might not make the NCAAs, especially Liberty, who's having a monster year. So this is maybe the most important Big East championship in the history of this great sport, as UConn will control. A lot will go through Sophie Hamilton because she's that dominant attacking center midfielder who's just fantastic. There she is on the ball with 15 goals on the season, into the circle. Always a prolific attack through the years with Nancy Stevens and Paul Caddy directing the offense, and Temple clears it away. And Paul Caddy has said it's a lot of passing. It's more indirect, right, Allie?
Yeah, and it's a lot of building the ball, using the patience to go in, to go out, and to go out, to go in, and creating the press to get tired, the opposing team who's playing defense. So being able to build the ball, get the defense moving, and then be able to go forward directly is the name of the game for UConn.
They have been without a really good player, number 7, and Claire Vandenoort, but she's back, the freshman out of the Netherlands, so that helps their attack up top with Jessica Dombrowski, one of the best forwards in the Big East, but obviously it's still Sophie Hamilton. They work out of that midfield. Here's UConn attacking into the circle, and there is Sophie Hamilton, always right in the middle of it, very noticeable, gets a lot of touches, and cleared away by the Owls quite well by Nika Orlemans, number 8, an excellent player, plays that center back position out of the Netherlands. Lots of European influence with the entire Big East. You have 3 dominant programs playing today, and Temple is so improved. They might be the most improved team in the country over the last couple years as the Owls try to clear it ahead on a bit of a counter break as they move it up ahead with Kerry Lorenz, the attacking forward. Plays a little bit as a false 9 at times, high midfield, but as Susan Chupo calls her a forward up there with Tali Popinko and Mirta Schulenberg, a product out of the Netherlands. And UConn will take back over. Excellent defense for the Huskies as they lead the country in shutouts with 8, Allie. It's tough to score on them.
It is tough because they are so structured, and they play a good solid game of rotating through the midfield and making sure that players are tracking back on defense. So they have constant sustained pressure, and they're able to shut teams down early and often.
Liberty leads the country in total goals scored. We'll see them later today. UConn leads the country in goals per game, as they haven't quite played as many contests as, let's say, Liberty or Temple have. Here at the top of the circle for UConn in number 2, Jessica Dombrowski, 26 career goals for the Palmyra, Pennsylvania native. It's cold and it's windy, and it's called back to Temple. The officials, Stefan Smith, Jen Anton, and Mallory Fedorov will be working the replay booth, so we will have video referral today. Explain to the fans how that will work, Allie.
Yeah, so starting the game, each team gets one video referral. They can elect to use that to challenge a call within the 25, really anywhere on the field, but usually it's used in penalty corner questioning. If they incorrectly use it, so the umpire who's sitting at the table decides that the call stands, they lose it for the rest of the game, including overtime. And if the call is considered inconclusive or it's overturned, they retain the referral and they're able to use it again. So it's kind of like if you use it and then you lose it, then you lose it. But if you use it and you got it, then you keep it.
I like it. Here we go. Caratanudo, the goalie coming out, but UConn throws it in for the game's first goal. The prolific attack of UConn strikes number 3 in the country in total goals. Christina Caratanudo, the goalie, came out, and there's another look at it.
And she just has great vision, the UConn player on the ball, that's playing Denort. And she knows that the goalkeeper's coming out into a stacking position, so she gets her eyes up, knows Sophie Hamilton's there at the stroke spot, just pushes it right past the diving goalie, and we've got a 1-0 lead early on in the first quarter.
There's Caratanudo, came out to play the angle, and you see Claire Vandenort in her return working with Sophie Hamilton for the score. So great tandem up top for Paul Caddy, and Caratanudo, a solid goalie, making her 35th career start out of Allentown, PA, has 4 shutouts. What did you see there? Did she make the right call coming out, Allie?
I think so, yeah. And as a goalkeeper, you want to make sure you establish your presence, and I think that the UConn attacker had beaten her defender, so she had to make the decision, and her defenders in behind needed to mark, and Sophie Hamilton found herself being able to pop into space and be open. So just a little more organization in and behind the goalkeeper when she chooses to do that, and Temple will be set.
As the Owls steal it away at midfield with number 5, that's Caitlin Cummins, who was announced as an All-Big East second-team pick yesterday as the awards came out.
And right now, Nick, is a really crucial time for UConn to stay sturdy, to keep their structure, okay? Because after you score a goal, that's when you're most vulnerable, okay? And right now, Temple is already in there attacking 25, pushing the buttons and trying to get into a position where they can even up the playing field.
Veronica Novikova, solid from that defensive center mid position, an All-Big East pick, number 26. She'll be right in the middle of Temple's midfield, do a lot of running, box-to-box, quote-unquote, between the both circles as they were trying to work it on the wing there with number 1, Claire Thomas, an excellent winger out of Louisville, Kentucky. And Temple has it back. Courtney Kennedy, one of the best defenders in the Big East, to send it away. And over on the left-hand side for UConn, with Lindsay Dickinson out of the Philly area from Villa Maria Academy in the Philly suburbs. And UConn again into the final third. Just great attacking team year after year. They've had superstars throughout the seasons, and another penalty corner coming up for UConn. So we'll see. What did you think of that call?
Yeah, I think that's the right call there. The defender makes a good idea to step to Sophie Hamilton because you don't want to leave her unmarked. But she pops the ball up, creating danger. Okay, so in hockey, normally danger is if the ball comes above your knee in a crowded area. So the ball obviously comes up over her head. Dangerous penalty corner attack opportunity here for UConn.
As we'll see the insertion, UConn usually with IE Young, number 26, to insert. A lot of times they'll stop with 17, Lindsay Dickinson, and then Yandenworth, 18, Sophie Hamilton, and Courtney Kennedy. You'll see it as the strikers up top in UConn's great offense. Just every single year, they've had the stars like Charlotte Feitner before, winning a national championship in 2017. They went unbeaten that year. Now North Carolina has gone unbeaten the last 2 years, winning back-to-back national championships. Here's the first corner of the day as it will be sent up top here, and a big blast that goes right off of the top of the crossbar on a great bullet from Claire Yandenworth, the defender, as UConn just misses it by inches.
Shooey, Nick, you love to see it. So here's a drag flick attempt off of the right castle. So you call castles the 2 batteries there at the top of the circle, stick stopper and a striker. And she just pulls that ball up high, hits the crossbar. Goalkeeper really didn't have a chance of that if she just put it a little lower, but really good power and acceleration through her drag, and I'm sure we'll see that again.
UConn controlling the possession early on. Sophie Hamilton, one touch after another. Big East Offensive Player of the Year. No fouls called. Play on. 10 goals over her last 5 games entering today. Sophie Hamilton leading the country in points per game, as we said in the open. Second in overall points in the country with 43. Ranks third in goals with 15. Just having a monster season for head coach Paul Caddy in his first year as the head coach, but he's been with UConn's program under Nancy Stevens basically that entire last decade that we just saw, Allie, with 3 national titles.
Yeah, he's been there for a while. An old guy. No, I'm kidding. I had Paul as a coach when I was younger. He's so well equipped with his technical and tactical ability to spread to players, and he's just a really awesome guy and a really even better coach.
It was stolen by Erica Solomon, number 9, to lead that charge, and then number 14, Sophie Hamilton, of course, involved again, as UConn has had a couple weeks off, but they look pretty sharp. They're so talented. I think time off maybe doesn't hurt such a greatly skilled team.
Yeah, and during that time off, I mean, you're still probably getting some workouts in. You're probably still looking at a lot of film, still keeping your hockey IQ high, still trying to keep the rhythm of that. You're just not necessarily on the field. So you're still connecting, still making sure you're in tune with what the team's goals are, and they're looking sharp, that's for sure.
Again, top of the circle, you'll see Courtney Kennedy in a striker position, along with Claire Yannerworth, number 18, as they get ready for the corner again, and it's blocked. Great work by Temple with Veronica Novakova racing out, a part of their flyer unit.
And that's a huge play and a great line for Veronica Novakova. As a flyer, for those who were wondering, that's the person, the first runner. You want to make sure your body's in line to the ball. And if the ball hits you, unfortunately, it's a rough position, but that's where you want to be. You want to be in line to the ball to have to make them reset. So a really good run out there by Veronica and really brave running.
Brave indeed, as another corner coming up here for the Huskies. They have so many different options. They can hurt you as they wind up again, and it just sails wide. A rocket shot that misses the target by only inches.
I love it. I love it when a goalie makes a diving save on a drag flick. Really good use of her right hand here with her stick. She reads it well, uses her angles, and just taps it right over the end line for a long hit opportunity.
Wow, good eye there, Allie. I didn't even see she got a piece of it. Yeah, you know it well. Former national champion Allie Campbell. I'm Nick Montagna, Ashley Lyotis on the sidelines, and our great crew. It's windy. How does the wind affect the play today, Allie?
Yeah, I think it's the only way it's going to affect the game is communication-wise. So you're just going to have to be a little louder, change your tone a little bit so you're able to hear. But other than that, I mean, this is postseason weather, Nick, and a lot of players are used to it, and you're just wanting to play, and there's nothing else on your mind than getting that ball in the back of the opposition's net. So.
These teams know this field well. The last time UConn played a game, it was here, beating Villanova twice. Temple won twice here this season at Villanova, beating the Wildcats. And Old Dominion has been here the last couple weekends, so everybody's familiar with playing on this surface.
Yeah, it's a hot spot, and it's a good spot, and it's a really beautiful field to be able to play on.
Excellent field opened up here in the Conshohocken area, just outside of Villanova's campus in the Philadelphia suburbs. First time that it's hosting the Big East Championship. As UConn ahead 1-0 here in the opening quarter. The wind is a factor and it's cold. The nice thing is it'll be nearly 25 degrees warmer come Saturday for the championship game. You don't have to wear your coat, Allie.
Great.
Into the circle again, unless you run cold. And it rolls out of play, and we will see the 25-yard hit for UConn. I.E. Young, excellent defensive midfielder. And here on the edge, Lindsay Dickinson, the fullback. And Courtney Kennedy in her 76th career game out of Massachusetts. Such a fantastic player. And it sails wide again.
That's what Paul Caddy was talking about, the quote-unquote European style. He wants to transfer the ball around the backfield and wants to make sure that they're moving the ball, making the press of Temple move and tire out so that when there's an opportunity of a gap or a space, they're able to take advantage of it with a good direct ball and take care of business up in the front field.
UConn has made 18 straight trips to the Big East final. Already looking strong today. 8 straight Big East tournament titles. And of course, they had the Big East regular season winning streak that was ended earlier this year in the loss to Liberty at Temple's Field. They hadn't lost a Big East regular season game, Allie, since 2013.
Yeah, and that's a testament to the talent and the ability to just keep your head down and keep grinding. Sometimes, there's a target on your back. Whenever you are the best, teams are going to bring their best, and that's just it just goes to show that UConn knows that they are targeted, but they're able to produce results in and day out, and it's a testament to these players that they're ready to play each day.
That's 8 years, though, Allie.
I know it. That is a long time.
Yeah.
But,
good teams in this league, bear in mind.
I mean, when greatness is there, it's there, and you're able to just reproduce, and that's what UConn's been able to do.
You're putting it mildly when you say greatness with UConn field hockey, with what Nancy Stevens did for years, 30 of them in particular, 2007 Hall of Famer, 3-time National Coach of the Year, and just built this program. And the scary thing is they got even better right around the time Paul Caddy got there, just bringing in tremendous players, especially Charlotte Feitner, who just was awesome in that 2017 season. And led the country in goals scored the game-winning goal in the national title game for UConn.
Yeah, so here you see players discouraged with that call. So in hockey, there is a rule to take a self-start. So if there's a foul, you can take it right away, as Courtney Kennedy's doing there. And a lot of times teams like to take it quickly to expose some pockets of space and to close the distance on attack and gain speed. And sometimes you have to make a valid effort to stop the ball, and sometimes it's not as seen to the official as you feel it is as a player. So you want to play fast, but you have to make sure also you make an attempt to stop the ball.
Sophie Hamilton has the goal, her 16th of the year. That ties Daniela Rhodes of Liberty for the conference lead. We'll see if Rhodes can score later today against Old Dominion. Chances she will. She's arguably the best player in the conference, along with Sophie Hamilton. There are stars left and right in this tremendous conference. So Temple is a bit of the underdog per se, but what do they have to keep doing, Allie, to keep this score at bay?
They have to keep doing what they're doing, and I think right now for Temple to keep it at a 1-0 and to hopefully gain even ground, they have to keep pushing out and getting pressure to the ball, and that's what they're doing there. They're doing well to step out of the circle, and if they make a foul outside the circle, no big deal. Just get 5 and get back into structure. For UConn, keep developing, keep passing the ball, moving the ball, passing and leading like they're doing, and keep Temple guessing on the defensive end.
And Susan Truffaut really improved the defense last year. As soon as she got to North Philly, they allowed 47 fewer goals in 2019 than they did in 2018. That's great immediate success they had.
Yeah, and Susan played at Drexel, so she knows what the Philly attitude is, and she brings that day in and day out, and that's what Temple lives by. They live by that hard, gritting, hard-nosed attitude, and you can see that here. They're tough on defense, they're tough on attack, and that's what she implements every day.
Erica Solomon really good from that right forward position, helping out this attack with Dombrowski, and Vanden Noort's been solid. Vanden Noort got the assist on the Sophie Hamilton goal. That's where we are here in the final minute of the opening quarter, as field hockey moved to 4 quarters last year. Great work by Lindsay Dickinson, the fullback, up against number 1 Claire Thomas for Temple, the right winger. And in the final seconds, UConn, who was looking for their 10th win of the season, they haven't lost on the road all year long, even though this is a true neutral site. That's the end of the first quarter. The first semifinal of the day. UConn leading 1-0 over Temple on the goal by Sophie Hamilton. We'll be right back on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get
not right now,
cashback
but
rewards
just
that
so you know-
automatically go towards your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us. Though we are many, we are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us. Though we are many, we are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, Monarchs innovate and push each other further. Rain on. See how Monarchs reign.
Warm socks perhaps, but brave Temple fans for the 2021 Big East Championship presented by Jeep here at the Proving Grounds at the Villanova Field Hockey Field. Allie Campbell, Nick Montagna, Ashley Lyotis, our great crew. UConn leads it 1-0 in the first semifinal of the day as we hit quarter number 2, 50 degrees. Feels like it's in the 40s. UConn dressed in white, and Sophie Hamilton has another goal. Allie, how are those fans doing it?
I don't know. I really can't tell you, but I do think that they share that gritty mentality as the Temple Al field hockey team does. So it's that North Philly attitude, man. Temple pride.
Jessica Dombrowski out there with a touch, all Big East first teamer. Just tremendous players. Claire Vandendort named a co-Big East Freshman of the Year. 3 different freshmen on that list. Essentially a Big East Freshman of the Year between 3 different players as the awards came out yesterday. Sophie Hamilton, so slick as usual with the opening goal. And then Ai punches it forward into the circle. Erica Solomon with a touch.
And young players watching, watch Sophie Hamilton on her reception. She's able to grab the ball, move it on a first touch out of the space of the defender, and she's able to eliminate right away. So think about when you're playing, get your eyes up, know where the defender's coming from, take your first touch away from their reach, and you'll eliminate them right away, just as Sophie Hamilton did.
Here's a corner for UConn. They only lead the country in corners per game, Allie. 10 per contest. They can really put the pressure on you.
Yeah, that's a lot of corners. But that goes to show they have sustained attack, and they're not willing to give up at all at any point in the game.
They're aiming for their 11th. Here we go, and to the top of the circle, another blast as Caratanudo trying to get a piece of it. And another corner coming up.
I actually think he called a penalty stroke there, Nick. So what happens on a penalty stroke? If the ball hits the line of a defender behind the goalkeeper and prohibits it from going in the goal, then the team gets rewarded a penalty stroke. And from what I've seen, this goalkeeper has saved penalty strokes in the past, so this will be interesting to see if UConn's able to cash this one in or if Temple's able to keep the scoreline at 1-0.
UConn is 2 for 2 on strokes this year, as Yandenworth and Hamilton have each hit one. It'll be Claire Yandenworth right there from the spot to try and give UConn an advantage, and another goal for the Huskies. It's 2-0 UConn off the stroke. A great delivery by Claire Yandenworth as the sophomore out of Germany with her 8th goal of the season.
And she does well to step one way and create deception and throw the ball to the opposite corner, allowing for the goalkeeper to feel that it's going one way. She does guess the right way, but she has enough strength behind the ball, and she cashes one in for a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, you've seen both Claires do well. Claire Vandendort, the forward, and Claire Yandenworth out of the back. Tremendous kids out of Europe that have given such an impact to UConn this season. Big stick out of the back for what you've seen this season for Claire Yannenworth. Just a tremendous player for the Huskies. I've been very impressed watching her and looking at the tape all year long. As Temple steals it away with Caitlin Cummins, all Big East pick. They'll bring her off the bench a lot. As Temple's without an important player, as Danny Bates got hurt, knee injury earlier in the season. They really missed her, Allie.
They do. She's a big threat on attack penalty corners and also everywhere on the field. So she's definitely missing, but it shows that Temple just doesn't give up. They keep going and they utilize what they have in the moment.
First card of the game. Caitlin Amsden will go to the box.
So the card levels for field hockey are a 2-minute green card, a minimum of 5 minutes on a yellow card, and then a red card is an exclusion. 2 yellow cards can result potentially in a red card.
Player advantage for UConn, a big advantage for the number 1 seed as the Huskies again into the circle looking for Jessica Dombrowski, and a big break there for Temple, playing down a person here in the second quarter.
So UConn right now is a player up, so they want to make sure they're utilizing finding number up situations. So 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s, and be able to keep Temple on their heels. Temple in this situation, they just want to stay together and move like a blob. They want to make sure they run out the time of the green card and make sure they don't concede in this time frame.
Whether it be at full strength or down a player, that UConn plays an indirect system, can it help Temple's defense at all, Allie?
It can, yes, because they're able to protect the most important part of the field, which is the inside. And UConn likes to swing the ball around the outside. But sometimes I think that UConn has just the ability to go in to go out and out to go in, so they keep them guessing. So it allows for defenders to jump too, because they're trying to get pressure of the ball, but the timing isn't always correct. So I think, yes, if they're able to stay structured and move as a unit, but they have to make sure that they keep that in mind.
7-0 on shots so far for UConn. Temple, after a 1-4 start, they're 7-5 since then, as this is their 5th Big East tournament. They're 2-4 in this championship, as the Owls lost the final in 2014 and 2015. You can guess who they lost to. Of course, UConn has won the last 8 Big East tournament titles.
And that's what Temple wants there. They stayed together, they held the line to goal really well, and they forced a turnover. UConn was building the ball, but then felt like they saw a seam. Just stay patient on defense, and you'll come up with intercepts for counterattack opportunities.
Green card done, so Amsden back on the field. We're back at even strength.
And now it's a switch of mentality. We're back to pressure. We're back to stepping out, but we're still moving as a unit as Temple. For UConn, you're doing the same things you've been doing, moving the ball, exploiting numbers up opportunities, and making sure that you don't fall back to a different work rate than what they've shown in the first quarter.
Allie, look at the stars in this conference. Obviously, Erin Matson, the best player in the country for North Carolina, leads the country in points. But Sophie Hamilton is 2 in points. Jill Bolton is 3. Daniela Rhodes of Liberty is 4. 3 of the top 4 scorers in the country are in this Big East championship this weekend.
Yeah, and it's incredible. You know, a lot of times you hear about the quote-unquote powerhouse conferences, the ACC, the Big Ten, okay? The Big East is making a name for themselves. They've had great success. They've had great players. They have great coaching staffs. And it just really goes to show that field hockey is growing everywhere, and teams are becoming more and more competitive every single year, and it's really awesome to see.
That was Mirta Schulenberg, number 4, starting that rush. Then on the right-hand side, the Owls trying to put pressure on with Sydney Beck, number 24, out of Bel Air, Maryland. Up top with Kerry Lorenz, trying to put pressure, and Mia Sexton, Tally Papinko. Is it enough offense up there for Temple? Susan Chufo told us in our call this week, Allie, that we're still working on our attack. It has taken them some time.
Yeah, and they're dangerous on their counterattacks too, is also a point that Susan made, and their ability to get the ball in and behind early. But they've done a really good job of building through the midfield and trying to target those forwards. So we'll look to see how they can build on that through these next 3 quarters.
That pass was amazing by UConn. They
Yeah.
sent a bullet up to Claire Vandenoort, number 7, and they earn a corner in the blink of a literal eye.
Yeah, and that's the way that they want to play. They want to play the ball out and around and then exploit the inside alleys. So, like I said, I'm going to say it a million more times. Go out to go in to go out, and you'll find opportunities to go forward.
The powerhouse Huskies getting set for another corner. This will be their 5th of the afternoon. Midway through the second quarter. The rules changed last year with the clock stopping on corners, Allie.
Yeah, and now the teams have about 40 seconds to get set.
As UConn blasts one in, and Courtney Kennedy, and they call it off.
They do.
Too high over the backboard?
Yeah, so on a corner on the initial shot, if there is a backswing, it has to be 18 inches or lower, which is the black Villanova board you see.
Now the counterattack for the Owls with Claire Thomas, number 1, on the counter for Temple as Cheyenne Sprecher, the excellent goalie, finally being tested for the first time, and the ball sails out of play. How about that rush by Temple?
Yeah, and a huge breakout play is really advantageous for teams as they break out of defensive penalty corner units. So usually an attacking team is all the way up because you've got 8+ players on the circle to score, and they're limited with numbers in the back. So being able to get that ball going quickly when a free hit's called as a defensive unit up to your speedy forwards is crucial, and that's just what Temple did.
Veronica Novikova on the restart as applying some pressure and just out of bounds.
And that's a good hard skip ball, and it's hard for a defender to trap. And clearly we saw that it hit a foot on Temple, but a really good ball, and it's tricky for defenders. So I'm sure we'll continually see Temple throwing those tricky balls in there to test the defenders of UConn.
Yeah, especially Veronica Novikova, all Big East first team, indoor and outdoor circuit in the U21 Euro Championships in her youth career. Fantastic addition for this year for Temple.
Yeah, and I actually played against her on the U.S. indoor team. I played against her as she was representing the Czech Republic, and she's strong, she's sturdy, and she never gives up, and she's a really great addition to be another spine player for this Temple Owl crew.
Welcome into the Allie Campbell Knows Everybody program, folks. As Temple with possession in the final third. How big's your actual Rolodex? I'm just curious.
Oh my goodness. Too many to count.
Too many. You had room for me in your phone, right?
Sure do.
All right, excellent stuff.
Always.
In the second quarter. I'm guessing you go digital nowadays.
I try.
You try, okay. As UConn will work it out of the back here. A goal in the first quarter by Sophie Hamilton, and the penalty stroke by Claire Yannenworth. And great possession so far for UConn. Temple's been back on their heels a little bit. Their stick skills are good. Their defense has been improved the last couple of years. You look what they've done under Susan Chupo. They already have 10 shutouts. They had 5 last year, as Temple has 5 clean sheets this year. They had only 4 shutouts from 2015 to 2018. So they've improved the defense. Their games are a lot closer, tighter, and they're in every game, it seems.
Yeah, and that's a testament to the goalkeeping as well. They have a really good goalkeeper leading out of the cage and setting up her players in front of her. But it's also, defense is an attitude, and you take pride in your defense. And that's definitely what Susan Chufo explains to her players. Like, you're there, be a presence, and they've done so.
A great run at Division II Stonehill College in Massachusetts for 4 years for Susan Chupo. They were the #1 team in the country in 2018 at the D2 level. They went to the championship weekend in 2015. One of her teams led the country in scoring. That was 2017, and a great hire by Temple as the ball rolls out of play.
And there it is again, talking about defense, stepping out of the circle, creating pressure, keeping the attacker in front of you as long as you can, and just allow her to make the mistake.
Susan Chufo, a great player. Drexel, as we were talking about earlier, a 3rd-team All-America back in the late 2000s. Went to the NCAAs after winning a CAA regular season title with the Dragons. As Temple will play the ball out. Number 10, Annie Judd. They had to move her to defender because of some injuries, a former midfielder on the wing. So Coach Chufo telling us it hasn't always been easy because they had to change up their structure a little bit.
Yeah, but she also has versatile players, and they're willing to assume any role that they're given, and they're willing to do the work. So it just shows, like Annie Judge, new position, new role, all right, let's go. And she's been doing great at that right back position.
How long does that take over the course of a season when you move players around?
I mean, it takes a little bit of time just to build connection, but these girls are tight-knit. They're a family, and they know each other inside and out. It's just different playing styles, knowing your person's strengths and weaknesses, and making sure you're allowing them to play to their strengths.
Temple's girls have some voices to be heard. Before the game, they were singing some tunes in the warm-up tent. As UConn here applying pressure for the corner. I think you missed their singing earlier. I was very impressed.
Darn. I love a good lip sync. Or no, it wasn't a lip sync.
It kept going. It was for after minute, yeah. Almost 10 minutes. I was really enjoying it. As we'll see a corner again for UConn.
So this has happened a couple times for the Temple defense. They're bringing the ball up into the body, which you can't use your body unless it's your hands because that's part of your stick. If it hits your hand, sorry, you can't just knock the ball down. But I think they need to change their grip. They're bringing the ball up and ramping it into themselves so it becomes dangerous and using their body. So if they're able to change their grip and play the ball into the ground, they'll be coming up with these tackles left and right.
Again, watch out for Courtney Kennedy and how good she is. Morgan Coppin in the stopping position. And Lindsay Dickinson in the striking position. Again, a big blast by the Huskies. Another rip and a score. No.
No, there was an obstruction on the stroke spot. So Jess Dembrowski fell down as she was giving it all for her to get that tip in, and the defender couldn't run through her because she was blocking her from the ball. So there's an obstruction there, and Temple's on the break again.
Good look at it there from our crew on the replay. And up on the wing for Temple with Cassie Romanchuk, number 14, a freshman out of New Jersey. As the Owls, coming off a very solid season, a win today could get them to 9-9, but they're down by 2 here in quarter number 2 here at the Villanova Field Hockey Field. It was a fight at the end of the season for that final Big East tournament spot between Providence, Temple, and Villanova, because Providence lost on this very field to Old Dominion, and Temple took care of business, beating Villanova twice, back-to-back, over their final weekend. The Owls got the 4th Big East tournament spot.
Nice ball.
Centering feed here, kicked away by Cheyenne Sprecher, as Temple with Tally Popinko. Again, it sails through, and a whistle.
Phew, UConn came out lucky there. A little bit of confusion in the backfield, and Cheyenne Sprecher does a good job of stepping out and intercepting the ball before this. But here, the Temple attacker finds herself on the inside of the UConn player and just mistouches it. Good positioning by the attacker. Next time, she's hoping to cash that one in, I'm assuming.
Claire Thomas steals it away, the right winger. Excellent player for the Owls. Trying to get their offense going with Popinko, number 3, and 14, Cassie Romanchuk. Will bring her off the bench a lot. Temple, you can see they're shielding their body. They're able to steal the ball away, work some rushes up each side. They're starting to gain some form, aren't they?
Yeah, they're using their bodies well to protect the ball. If you use your body and stand still, sometimes that's an obstruction, but they're doing a good job of staying moving and keeping that ball a good distance away from the UConn defenders so that they're able to keep possession.
So a lot of streaks were broken in the Big East. UConn's 42-game Big East regular win streak came to an end earlier this year with a loss against Liberty, and the Owls broke their 18-game Big East losing streak last year in their win at Georgetown. They're 6-8 against the Big East since then, so it took a little while, but all in all, Susan Schupo has really made a good turnaround almost instantly as soon as she got the job.
Yeah, she's so talented, and she's just so knowledgeable, and she has a really good support staff with the Viti sisters as well, and they all are just hockey heads, and they just love the game, and they just express that love and knowledge every day, and it just shows because Temple is where they are today.
Michelle Vatisse, Virginia, class of 2013. Then Carissa, class of 2014. Oh, but wait, younger sister was even better. She won Player of the Year twice.
Yeah, they're definitely a threatening triple
The younger
whammy,
one was the
aren't
best
they?
one,
Yeah.
would you say? Am I going to put you on the spot?
Well, you know, I actually have been able to have the opportunity on the U.S. system to play with all 3 girls. I didn't play against her. I'm a little older. I didn't play against Tara, the youngest, but I did play against Michelle and Carissa, and they were just so speedy, and their hand speed is just incomparable, and they're just so threatening. That's all I can think of a word is just threatening. Whenever they have the ball, you know they're going to do something with it, and
Lindsay Dickinson doing strong work as always. And Sophie Hamilton, a monster player, of course, having another All-American type of season. Sophie Hamilton was a third-team All-American last season, All Big East first-teamer at 32 points. Just fantastic a year ago as a rookie, and here in season number 2 in Storrs, she's been quite simply marvelous. And the final seconds of this one will roll into halftime as UConn leading it 2-0 over Temple. As Sophie Hamilton with the opening goal and the penalty stroke by Claire Yannenworth. A couple of goals for UConn as we'll roll into halftime at the Big East Championship. Semifinal number 1, UConn leads it at the break.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how Monarchs reign.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
The Huskies very powerful, leading Temple 2-0 here at halftime. The All Big East Awards came out yesterday as we get a look at the first team. A tremendous group of players, and Allie, just one superstar after another, and lots of UConn kids on there.
Yeah, it just goes to show that the Big East really has a lot of talent in it. And what I love about all conference teams is that there's the best of the best from each team, and it just really shows the strengths of the conference. And a lot of these selections are just goal scoring machines or defending machines, and I just love to see the different kind of variety that these rosters hold.
Especially some of those Liberty and Old Dominion kids that we'll see in semifinal number 2 coming up next, as the Big East Coaching Staff of the Year goes to Liberty in Nikki Parsley-Blocker in her 4th year. She and her staff have done a great job.
Yeah, she just, again, a hockey head. She loves the game. She loves the spiritual aspect of it as well, and connects the two, and just allows for the athletes to be their best selves in every aspect of their life. So her ability to grow the program at such a young age and then to what she is now, phenomenal. And it's just really exciting to see for the future of Liberty hockey.
Yeah, it has those great players in Jill Bolton and Daniela Rhodes. As we'll step away here at halftime, UConn leading it by 2 in semifinal number 1 on the day.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter, and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, Monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how Monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep
Wind blowing here at the Villanova Field Hockey Field. It's halftime as we'll get a look at the stats from half number 1 as the highlights as well, and what we saw with a lot of UConn in terms of possession, Allie, and they were able to put together good chances, frankly.
Yeah, and just like that first goal there, they have their eyes up early. They're able to have a 1 or 2 option pass around the ball, and they're just exploiting in and behind the Temple defense early and often.
So some corners certainly for UConn in the first half. They had 6 of them total, and Sophie Hamilton with the game's opening goal, and the great assist it was for UConn by Claire Vandenort, and then the penalty stroke by Claire Yandenworth, and the powerful kids in European scoring for UConn. There were the first half stats, Allie.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting. For all the corners that UConn has had, Temple's held their ground and they've made saves or they've haven't been scored on. So Temple's doing a good job of holding and UConn's doing a good job of pressing, but we'll have to see how the second half, it can be a tale of two different halves, Nick.
Start of the second half coming up next here on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Hot chocolate and hand warmers a must on a day like today. Temperature feels like it's in the 40s. Semifinal number 1 on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi. The 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championships, presented by Jeep. Here at the Proving Grounds in Conshohocken at the Villanova Field Hockey Field. Welcome back, UConn and Temple. Alongside Allie Campbell, Ashley Lyotis, our great crew. I'm Nick Montagna. It's great to have you alongside. It's certainly very windy, and UConn leads it 2-0, getting set for the start of the third quarter, as UConn has only lost once all season long, which of course was to Liberty, as they'll play Old Dominion in semifinal number 2. What are you looking forward to in the second half, Allie?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to another great half of hockey, first off. Second of all, I'm looking for UConn to maintain and keep pressing. So keep doing what they're doing, but keep adding those sparks of attack and those step-ups on defense. Temple, I want to see them a little more connected on the attack. They're doing a really good job of holding on their defense and coming up with some good intercepts and tackles, but I want to see a little more front foot mentality and getting in behind and testing this UConn team.
Giant Sprecher was only really tested one time, and Christina Caratanudo has 2 saves as UConn in white, Temple in the cherry uniforms, as the Owls make an early tackle and are able to sweep it away. But Sophie Hamilton quickly takes it back for UConn and places it into the circle for Erica Solomon with a bit of a touch there. And Temple able to defend out of it. So what adjustments do you think they talked about at halftime each side? Let's start with Temple first, Allie.
Yeah, I think Temple just winning your individual battles. If you find yourself in a one-on-one situation, win the battle on attack or defense. Get in behind or make the stop. On UConn, I think just honestly keep attacking the left foot of Temple, because that's the quote-unquote weak side of the defender. Keep putting them on their heels, keep getting in and behind, and keep giving yourself scoring opportunities.
Good look at Vivian Tucker, 28, out of Auburn, New York, 2 goals on the season. Excellent player on the right wing for Paul Caddy in his first season as the head coach. Great staff with Chrissy Davidson, former UConn player. Nancy Stevens still involved. She'll be at practice quite a bit. He says she's a big influence, of course, on his career.
She's here today too, Nick.
And she is here
today.
today.
She made the trip.
She's still around, right?
Yeah, she'll always be around. She's just such a key part, an influential part of UConn field hockey, and she's a legend. So I think she'll always be there no matter what.
UConn winning the national championship in 2013, in 2014. They were probably the best team in 2015, didn't win it that year. Won it again in 2017. They ran the table. And just fantastic. They beat Syracuse in the final in 2014. They beat Duke in 2013. In 2017, UConn became the 6th team to run the table. They beat some school named Maryland in the final, I think, Allie, is that right?
Yes, they did, I think. But, you know, we got them a couple other times than that, too. So it was always a good battle when you play UConn. I remember playing them in the Elite Eight, and it was a close game the entire time, and you just always expect the best, and you got to play your best, and it's always a battle.
Allie McAvoy's greatest hits, folks. I was looking at some of her greatest tunes earlier in the day. She won 2 national titles at Maryland, once in 2010, once in 2011. You guys beat North Carolina in the final by a score of 3-2 both years. You beat UConn in the 2010 quarterfinals, as you just said. What was that game like? What do you remember?
I remember it being cold because it was up there, but I just remember it was just back and forth all game. Really good, I'll give a shout out to the defense on Maryland. Really good defense because I was back there, but also really good attack, and it was just back and forth, and it was just almost like a chess match. That's what I find to like compare hockey to a lot. You got to see what the other team's doing, try to exploit different things in order to get up the field, and it was just always constantly that. Two really structured teams, two really gritty teams, and the Terrapins took it.
And Allie, it's been a handful of teams that have been competing for the national title with Maryland, North Carolina. You saw Princeton got to the final last year, and what UConn has done certainly. But it's tough for other teams outside of that top 5 or 6 teams to crack the Final Four, get to the championship. So what can it take for field hockey to get better than just maybe a handful of teams winning it all?
Yeah, I think it just with Temple making their first appearance in a few years, I think it just goes to show it's always growing and there's always ebbs and flows. And, postseason time's a totally different time. It doesn't matter what happened in the season. If you don't win your first game, you're out. And I think it's just who's hot at the right time and who's skilled. And every single team in the United States is gifted in their own way. And it's just being able to be a part of the NCAA tournament whenever you're part of it, making it count.
As the Owls defending again, Caitlin Amsden, she was called for a green card back in the first half, stolen away by Sophie Hamilton, number 14, the Big East Offensive Player of the Year. Quickly on the restart for the team in white, just dominant program, and a corner. Number 7 in the top 25. This will be corner number 6 on the day for the Huskies.
And here's the quick restart I was talking about. In the attacking 25, the ball has to go 5 meters before it goes into the circle. So Sophie Hamilton takes the ball, shapes with her body around it, uses some nice silky pulls, and just finds the exposed foot of the Temple defender, creating a defensive penalty corner for the Owls. So we'll see here. This will be their 7th, I believe, Nick.
7th corner.
We'll see if they can cash this one in or not.
Claire Vandenort will insert this time, and you'll see Sophie Hamilton at the top and Claire Yannenworth at the top of the circle as well as the Flyer unit gets ready, and the goalie Christina Caratanudo for Temple. An all Big East goalie she is, as UConn getting set up, and the strike just sailing wide from Claire Yannenworth.
And they've run that corner a few times. So that corner is usually called an R2. So it goes to the battery and she drags it down for deflection with Erica Solomon. They've gone for that a few times, I think probably because they were awarded the penalty stroke off of the post player in Ninka Orlemans, excuse me. So I think they're going for that. They're looking try to catch Temple off guard too with the powerfulness of Claire and her drag flick. They want to throw some options in there too. But I would think that a straight shot's coming on the next one because she's just got so much power and accuracy.
UConn just winning their 20th Big East regular season title. They've won 8 of those in a row. It's been tough for anybody to take them down, frankly, but you're seeing Temple put up a pretty good fight. Their program is so much improved in the last couple of years. They had been a good program when they had Amber Yutz a number of years back when Amanda Janney was the head coach, and then she left for Indiana, then a couple down years. But right back here we are with Temple, really strong defense, and they're holding their own here, only down by 2.
Yeah, and like I said, it goes in ebbs and flows, seasons. You may have a really good team, but you just don't produce that season. And sometimes it just, you got to keep going through the process, finding who you are as a team, finding your strengths and playing to them. And sometimes it takes teams a couple years to figure that out. But I think Temple's really hitting their stride with that now.
Now, we talk a lot about UConn's offense year to year, and they can fill it up, that's for sure. And 49 goals this season, but they've only yielded 6 total goals on the season, and year after year they have stud defenders. 12 times since 2006 UConn has won a Big East Defensive Player of the Year with an individual. It was 6 in a row, not this year, as the Liberty goalie.
Yeah.
We'll get her name straight. It's the Argentinian kid, Edie Ocean.
Azul, yep.
Yep, Azul, as we'll see her in semifinal number 2. It's one stud defender after another, whether it be Cheyenne Sprecher, who won it previously, or Middendorf, or Casey Umstead, Melissa Gonzalez, Angelini, Kleinhans. You know these names, right?
I do, and I think it's also it's Sherry Schultz. She's been there for a really long time. She's just so knowledgeable and educated in the goalkeeper position. She's also able to help the defense out and make sure that they're structured and in the right spots with the right mentality at the right time. So she makes a huge impact on the defensive structure, especially inside the circle, with the goalkeeping especially. And year after year, she's been there just like Paul has, and she's made definitely her mark in the UConn program.
Great staff through the years with Nancy Stevens, and Sherry Scholes, and Chrissy Davidson, and now Paul Caddy controlling the reins, and Temple looking very organized, very impressive. Those 2 good wins right at the end of the year against Villanova, especially winning right here on the Wildcats field, taking that final Big East tournament a spot away, as it was looking pretty good for Villanova and maybe even Providence to try and sneak in perhaps, but Temple certainly earned it with those 2 big wins over the Wildcats. And the Owls having to backtrack here. Sophie Hamilton racing around several Owls, and it's cleaned up and good protection by Temple. McKenna Burkhart, number 23, there for protection.
Unfortunate there. A defender steps to the ball, makes it tackle, but her fellow defender just can't get out of the way soon enough, so that's called a third-party obstruction, which means she's shielding the play, and she's not able to get out of the way, creating an obstruction. Pretty self-explanatory. So, again, it happened in the circle, so we have another corner attack here for UConn.
It'll be IE Young to insert. Fantastic player. Freshman out of Palm, Pennsylvania, and those big sticks that you keep on seeing with Sophie Hamilton, and just a ton of power from Claire Yannenworth. Excellent kid out of Germany.
Let's see if I'm right here. Let's see if they go with the straight drag flick.
Dombrowski's out, crashing the goal here. Little give and go. Hamilton and Yannenworth, and a whistle.
Really good defensive structure there by the left trail on Temple's defense. So in a corner, there's a couple different structures you can have, but we'll revisit that in a second.
As Temple on the counterattack, a quick break. As Allie was talking about earlier, with that flyer unit, Temple has all their kids forward, a chance to go on a break essentially.
Yeah, so to revisit really quick on defensive penalty corners, you can either do a 3-1 or a 2-2. That looks like a box. They elected for a 3-1, and the left trail stepped up really well to pressure the ball. So here they create a 2v1 with the first runner, but then you see the battle there with Jess Dombrowski with the left trail, number 10, Annie Judge, and she does a really good job of holding her ground and creates the obstruction against UConn. So that's how they were able to get that fast break after that defensive penalty corner.
Great RPIs with all the Big East teams. Liberty, number 3, to lead the Big East. UConn's RPI is 17, Old Dominion 8, and Temple 38. So when you factor in strength of schedule and the RPI factors, you have a solid resume for each and every team. The automatic bid, though, is still the money ticket. It's the golden ticket. That's what you need with the smaller NCAA tournament field, as normally it's 18 teams, but only 12 this year. It'll be 9 automatic and 3 at larges. Because of the Ivy League, it's 3 at larges. So this is very important for this Big East championship. Get that automatic bid, Allie.
It's huge, and even with other conference championships going on right now, you want to win to move on. It's kind of like March Madness. Survive and thrive. You keep moving on. So you want to make sure you stay present in the moment, but ultimately you want to make sure you're performing to be able to put yourself in position to control your own fate.
And there were 4 Big Ten quarterfinal games yesterday I was watching, and it wasn't all the teams that I thought were going to win. They actually came out victorious yesterday. As Iowa pulled out a win, Ohio State took down Penn State. Some results that I didn't think were going to actually happen.
Yeah, but just goes to show any given day, right? That's why we love sports. Any given day.
And Iowa's having a big year, and Maryland's not having statistically a great year, but many probably would have picked the Terps to possibly win that, especially somebody to my left here.
Always rooting for the Terps, day in and day out.
Here on the right-hand side with UConn attacking, and just out of bounds, and Temple will get it back here. Second year for Susan Chufo and her staff, with the Fatih sisters that we talked about that played in Virginia. Just 26 goals allowed last year for Temple, 47 fewer than the previous year, something that we've highlighted, that they've cleaned up the defense, and Temple just so much stronger, number 29 in defense this season. They've had a great year, lots of close games. They've been in so many contests. Tough loss against Old Dominion in overtime.
And we've
What's the
got
call?
a green card here. I'm pretty sure I heard from a pretty strong stick challenge or a stick hack. So
It'll
a
be
green card,
against
2 minutes.
Temple on Cassie Romanchuk, number 14, the freshman, and the second player advantage of the day for UConn here late in the third quarter. Into the box, and UConn will have possession. So the key here for Temple, Allie, is to do what?
Key here for Temple, hold their positioning, stay together, stay structured, run out the card clock. Again, for UConn, exploit numbers up situations, keep on attacking, keep on doing what they're doing.
Claire Yanderworth, number 18, at the penalty stroke goal earlier today.
And Nick, there's actually a correction there. It was for a yellow card, so it's a 5-minute yellow card, which is the minimum for a yellow card.
There's the ball. It comes in, and it's cleared away. Great work by McKenna Burkhart, as UConn certainly putting on the pressure with Sophie Hamilton, and it goes in for the score. It's 3-0 UConn on the second goal of the day by the superstars. Sophie Hamilton strikes again.
And that just goes to show you keep playing and you keep staying in the play. A beautiful ball across the circle results in the ball being cleared out to the other side, but Sophie Hamilton's there to intercept and utilizes her backhand off of her back foot, and it's just a really good use of skill in a tight area in the circle. And UConn finds themselves up 3-0.
Sixth multi-goal game of the year for Sophie Hamilton, who leads the country in points per game, 4.3 exactly, and just has had a fantastic year. So she takes over the Big East lead in goals scored from Daniela Rhodes, who will have her turn next in semifinal number 2 right after this one. So a tough card on Temple, just as you feel like they're starting to stay in there and maybe break through a little bit, down by just a couple. They're getting the stops they need. Those cards, it's not just about the player, it's a momentum swinger, isn't it, Allie?
It sure is, and it, especially if you're on a hot streak, it kind of puts you back a couple steps because now you have to be a little bit more defensive, a little bit more conservative, and Temple was thriving with a little bit of a more front foot, quick mentality, so they're going to have to slow it down a little bit here. But, Nick, they don't give up, and we've still got 17 minutes left of total play, and they can score 3 goals if they are able to get up and complete their opportunities with goals.
17 total goals on the season for Sophie Hamilton to pace the conference. Just fantastic work. And still playing with the player advantage. And it races up ahead there of Tori Albright, number 5.
Another look at the goal here. She posts up, which means she makes a late lead and steps in front of her defender. She puts the ball into the backspace, again, away from the defender, creating distance, which is hard to defend. And then she just hammers it home. The goalkeeper looked like she made the initial save, but it just trickled off of her pad and just doesn't matter how pretty a goal is, just as long as it goes in, and that's what it did.
As Nika Orleman's looking to clear it out. Most teams would dream about scoring 50 goals in a full season. It's only about a half a season for UConn, and they have 50 goals scored. So impressive.
Front foot mentality. They want to score, they're getting in there, and they're taking advantage and making sure that every opportunity counts when they come into the circle on their counterattacks.
Final minute of the third quarter as UConn starting to pull away. Big card called there just moments ago. Great work by Vivian Tucker, the right winger, as Temple steers it out of there with good hustle by Caitlin Cummins, the freshman midfielder from New Jersey.
Unfortunate call there for the Temple Owl left back. She came up with a good tackle on the baseline and then just a little bit of a mix-up there, I think, on the sideline, but no time to sweat it. Got to get back into position and be ready for the next attack by UConn. There's no time to pout. That's for sure.
That's Sophie Hamilton. It's been a show put on by her today with 2 goals as the end of the third quarter. UConn leading Temple 3-0 here in semifinal number 1 on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
Though we are many, We are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, Monarchs innovate and push each other further. Rain on. See how Monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
Welcome back here to the fourth quarter of the Big East Field Hockey Championships presented by Jeep. UConn just going up 3-0 here. Now, I was able to listen into Temple and UConn's huddles there during the half. Temple eager to play how they did in that second quarter, really get the pressure on and take control. But Coach Caddy with UConn, he said, you need to get that third goal. It will cut off the blood supply, and we just saw them do that there in the third quarter. Finish this one out in the fourth. Guys.
Paul Caddy in his first year, his 11th year on the staff. They've had 26 first-team All-Americans since his arrival back in 2010. Just impeccable work by what he's done since he joined Nancy Stevens, and now it's his show.
Yeah, he's finally got the starring role, right? And just continuing the momentum, just continuing the greatness that is UConn field hockey.
Last year, UConn went 19-4. They had 12 shutouts last year. That led the country. They had 73 goals. North Carolina and St. Joe's were the only ones with more, and Princeton was fourth in goals. They made the final. And of course, it was UConn who won another Big East tournament, but they lost to Princeton at home in the quarterfinals. So UConn's big run coming to an end after winning it all in 2017, falling a little bit short the last couple of years. Can they get back to the Final Four this year?
We'll just have to see. Only time will tell.
What's in your crystal ball, Allie?
I can't reveal that.
UConn certainly talented. They've had a couple of weeks off, but they're looking very sharp here. Rest does a body good. Sophie Hamilton up ahead. Goalie is out. Cara Tenuto, Sophie Hamilton. And what's our call here?
So she's calling a corner, I think, probably on an obstruction call. Oh, a stick hack, that's her signal. Okay, however, I think there's chance for review on both sides of the ball. Looks like both teams' coaching staffs are asking for both their captains to call a video referral. I think what UConn's going to look here is that they want it upgraded to a penalty stroke because the goalkeeper's out and there was no one behind, and there's a foul behind the goalkeeper, which means it'll be a penalty stroke. And I think that's
what it is. Our first video referral of the day, it would appear, right?
Yeah, and I think Temple was looking to possibly counter that, but I think that they decided to hold on to that for another time.
Although UConn is headed to the sideline here, so they will check it out on the monitor. Is that right?
Yes, that's what they're going to do. And this is a time that they can get a little bit of water if they want, you know. So wait for the umpire's call.
So tell us about the video referral process again, Allie.
So whichever player, it's normally one, goes up to the umpire. Okay, goes up to the umpire, asks a question for them to reevaluate the call on the field. Okay, and then they voice to the table umpire who's looking at the monitor. And here's a look. So the goalkeeper decides to come out here. So she's out of the goal. So that means there's two defenders there who are the last line of defense, right? I think what they're looking for here is definitely a penalty stroke if it's UConn, because the goalkeeper is out and it's the last line of defense. and I believe she thinks it hits the one player's foot, but I think Temple was thinking that it hit the defender's stick first.
So the call on the field is a corner, correct?
Yes, so far it's a corner.
So it has to be 100% conclusive?
Right, so even if the call stands, it will be a corner. Okay, and if it's inconclusive, it will also stay a corner because there's no evidence to overturn it to something different.
So the
Had to
first,
think really hard on that, the wording of that, Nick.
first challenge of the day, and great to see the video referral available. Watching a lot of the conference tournaments just this week being utilized again and again by coaches, and it's an important tool for everybody, isn't it?
It is, because not everyone's perfect, right? And there are mistakes sometimes, and it allows for people to either get an advantage of it, or sometimes it makes them sit back and think, should I have called that? But the UConn players seem pretty sure, this coaching staff seemed pretty sure, and that's what they decided.
Temple with 8 wins on the season. They won 7 ball games last year, finished in 5th place in the Big East, and Susan Truffaut doing a great job, but we're still trying to figure out what happened here on the call. What would you say? What call would you make, Allie?
So this is the part that they're looking at right now, Mallory Fedorov, the table umpire. She's looking to see if it hit the stick or the foot of the player who does not have the knee brace on, if that makes sense to viewers, because that's where the foul, if there was a foul, occurred. I believe UConn players think that it hit the foot, but it's pretty hard to tell. And I think it's either going to be inconclusive or overturned. That's what I think. Who knows?
My guess is that it would be inconclusive because it's taking a while to look at it, so chances are there's not enough to overturn anything, as both teams getting a little breather here.
But this is definitely, a turning point, okay? Because if there's a strokes are sometimes, people like to say easy goals because it's really tough for the defender, but goalies make excellent saves. UConn could go up 4-0, or we have an outlet coming out if it's wrong and the referee thinks that it should be a free hit coming out for some reason, or we have a corner. So we'll just have to see. There's options.
Great to see so many looks at it here. In terms of Caratanudo coming out, excellent goalie, all Big East second teamer, played for the WC Eagles.
And again, I think it's another good decision to come out. She's got to get pressure to the ball because the ball carrier's alone. She covers good ground.
Career high 13 saves last year against Rutgers for Caratanudo.
Yeah, it's definitely that scenario there that they're trying to evaluate here. What's the best choice?
Doesn't seem to be anything 100% to overturn it, so I would think it'd stay a corner.
That's what we think, but that's why we're doing this job and we're not down there reffing, right, Nick? They got hawk-like eyes.
And the call has come in, and Paul Caddy and Susan Truffaut will get the word. Great job by the crew there, getting a look at it. UConn going 8-1 in the Big East in first place. Crucial call coming up here.
So just hearing from Mallory now, it's going to be inconclusive. There was no direct evidence to overturn the call, so it will stand as an attack penalty corner for UConn, and they will retain the referral.
See, we did get it right.
Yeah, high five. Way to go.
My hands are, well, they'd be in my pockets if I didn't have to hold on to everything. It's windy. You've got to hang on to all
Air
of our
high
notes.
five. Air
Yeah,
high five.
there we go. Safety in the COVID era. Just so great to have competition back here in the spring season. All the fall and spring sports playing together. This is a fantastic setting with fans back in the stands. This is exactly what we've been wishing for, isn't it?
And it's definitely the same for the athletes. They just want to be out here competing, and that's what they do, and that's what they're doing right now. I know they're all enjoying themselves.
So the insert coming up here for UConn. They've been very accurate today. Got Sophie Hamilton waiting for it up top, as is Claire Yandenworth, as they will insert it to the top here. Again, Claire Yandenworth going for the post there, looking for Erica Solomon, who steers it wide.
Again, looking for the option off of the drag flick.
Pretty good opportunity again for UConn. Just coming up a little bit short on that one.
So the Temple Owls are full numbers again, so we'll have to see if they decide to make a shift in their attacking presence. I would assume they are, being down 3-0. They're going to be a little more assertive, a little more quick-paced in hopes of cashing in some goals here.
So with a field hockey alley with 3 defenders in the back, typically, do you take the gamble ever in a championship setting of pushing a few extra players forward?
Yeah, for sure, especially when you're down numbers. You definitely want to have more attackers.
Stolen away. Caitlin Cummins with a blast. And excellent defense there by Courtney Kennedy.
Really good. A good opportunity for Temple. On her backhand, she executes it well. And the defender just has her stick right in the right spot and just goes right off of it. Good defending, good brave defending, staying in the play.
Caitlin Cummins, all Big East second teamer, had a fantastic season as a midfielder. Very talented kid, as you saw there, making the steal, big shot, and lots of capability. Caitlin Amsden's really good, freshman midfielder, number 15, or sophomore out of Percy.
Yeah, and you see the attack players and even midfield players playing on their forehand, which is the normal side, and their backhand. And your ability to be able to do that is huge because you become even more of a weapon for your team.
Morgan Kaufman there, helping over the 25.
Here she gets pressure, but she leans in a bit with the shoulder, and I think that's where we see the card pulled.
Yep, I saw the whistle, and you hear the whistle as it's Caitlin Cummins into the box, and another card.
So that's a yellow card for 5 minutes again. So Temple's finding themselves down again in the second half.
So that's 4 total cards, right?
It is. 2 of them being big numbers with 5 minutes each with a yellow card. So they're finding themselves having to play a man down for a majority of the second half, but they're doing well with staying together. And they're not conceding.
Now, Allie, on that play we just saw, explain to everybody why that one is a yellow and not a green.
So I think it's just the acceleration of like levels of cards, or accumulation, I should say. So there's been a couple green cards given, and then after a while, enough with the green cards, the umpires want to make a statement. They want to say enough is enough. We're going to start issuing yellow cards. So it's just an upgraded card level.
So each one's not judged individually, essentially. It's a process.
Yeah, sometimes there's a process. I mean, obviously if there's a flagrant, out of the blue foul that deserves a card that hasn't been pre-warned or anything like that, then that can definitely happen. But a lot of times cards kind of count up and they definitely accumulate.
Claire Yanderworth having another special day, very impactful. And Vivian Tucker, always slick from that right wing position that she plays for Paul Caddy. Cold and windy here at the Proving Grounds in semifinal number 1. Automatic bid on the line. The championship game will be Saturday at noon Eastern time right here on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi, with Old Dominion and Liberty coming up next, which should be a monster clash. That's been a great rivalry, really unpredictable. You have no idea whoever's going to win that one. It's really gone back and forth.
And it's really, it's tough playing a team. I think this will be their 5th or 6th meeting of this shortened season as well. So I remember my senior year, we played Duke 4 times, and it's just, you get used to a team, but you also don't get used to a team, and it's also very interesting to see how each game's going to come out. So we'll see.
So the ball skips into the circle, then out of play. What do they call here? Long corner. Right from the 25, that's what it'll be for Sophie Hamilton. Has 2 goals today and a foul, with Temple getting it back, quickly trying to get themselves started with Veronica Novikova, a great addition for this season.
Yeah, she's just composed on the ball at all times, and she's just a steady, rock-solid player for the Temple Owls. You see that there. There's no options to go forward. There's no reason to not go back forward. So building the ball is her specialty, and she does a really good job of that.
Carrie Lorenz aiming for Mirta Schulenberg, the rookie out of the Netherlands, who has a goal on the season. Not a ton of touches for Tally Papinko and their forwards today, or Mia Sexton, as UConn has really dominated possession. Temple's done tough defending. They've had a few counter breaks today as they move it up ahead. As Veronica Novikova and the Owls into the circle here, kicked away by Cheyenne Sprecher. It's finally a little bit of a look, Allie, for Temple.
Yeah, that's a really good play there in the attack 25 for Temple. Again, Veronica Novikova, simple on the ball, steady on the ball, executed great sweep, into the circle for a posting up attacker that pops right in front of the defender at the last second. Cheyenne Sprecher does good to get her right boot on it.
Nika
and still holds them
Orlemans
at nothing.
with pressure into the circle. Great job by Nika Orlemans to keep possession in this part of the field.
Another look at the save here. Does a really good job of keeping her weight forward and kicking with power through that boot. Sometimes goalies in that position, they may get caught on their heels, but she's been prepped and she's had a lot of experience with her goalkeeper coach, Sherry Schultz, and she was ready for it.
Nika Orlemans, all Big East second teamer. Had 2 goals against Liberty this season, 3 multi-point games, had 1-1 against Nova, had 1-1 against Monmouth, ball out of bounds, having a great season. Orlemans' mom played on the Dutch national field hockey team. Lots of impact Europeans, plenty of Dutch kids in the Big East. And you feel like the rest of the conference is also very solid as well. Quinnipiac's been a good addition to the league. Georgetown will get going again in the fall. Villanova has a couple of stud rookies in Megan Mitchell and Sabine DeRoicha, their first big kid from Europe, essentially. So the rest of the league is in good shape going forward, Allie.
For sure. A lot of talent, a lot of promise, and a really bright future ahead for the Big East.
Card over, back to even strength. Those yellow cards can be very frustrating. A Temple with good pressure finally, as UConn leading it with 6:52 left in the contest.
Temple showing a little bit of momentum here, really attacking the corner flag to go out to go in and catching UConn a little bit off guard. So I'd like to see them continue this kind of attacking pressure.
It's tough for teams to beat UConn in this setting. The Huskies are 46-11 all time in the Big East tournament. That's quite the record. Just year after year, getting to the championship game. They've been to the final in 18 straight years. UConn is 19-8 in Big East championship games. It's looking like they'll get there again on Saturday when it'll be much warmer. It should be 70 degrees. There was a call for rain at one point, but it's looking like it'll be a solid day. Sophie Hamilton working in tandem there in the circle with Jessica Dombrowski, number 2.
Again, young players watching, or even other players and viewers watching. Sophie Hamilton's ability to dribble, oof.
Look at that goal. Sophie Hamilton, the insertion, the redirect by Claire Vandenor. That dynamic duo striking again. It's 4-0 UConn on brilliant hockey play. The Superstars once again up to their old tricks.
So I was talking about vision, right? And Sophie Hamilton's ability to get her eyes up and find the open attacker. She does well to connect with Claire Vandenor. She pops right in front and just one-time tips it right over the shoulder of the Temple goalkeeper. A really well-executed play here. Finds her, eyes up the pass, touch, and just a Class A finish.
Claire Vandenor has set up Sophie Hamilton. Now they play reverse roles. Hamilton sets up Vandenor, and Yanderworth has the penalty stroke goal. 2 goals today for Sophie Hamilton, and that assist. What a helper indeed. With 5.5 minutes left, UConn on top by 4 over the Owls. I don't care who you are, that's so tough to stop.
Oh yeah, that's a world-class goal.
World class and then some. We often say, you've heard it in the COVID era, you're off for a couple weeks. Ashley was talking about it earlier, the rest versus rust factor. When you're talented and you're UConn, it doesn't seem to matter sometimes, does it?
No, but like I said, they're staying in tune with the field hockey side of things, even if they're not able to stay or to play, on the field. They're watching film, They're constantly
practicing.
communicating.
They're practicing, most importantly.
You know, they're doing everything they need to do in order to stay on target with what they need when they are able to play again.
4:36 left. Should be exciting with Liberty and Old Dominion. What's a key as we look ahead to that next semifinal?
Yeah, I think a key for that game is who's going to get in and behind more often. I think both teams attack really well, and I think the team that's able to, first of all, slow each other down first, but also to get in behind the defenders early to create goal-scoring opportunities, that's going to be the key.
Look at Sophie Hamilton just whizzing by everybody into the circle there. Makes it look so easy. A stud player out of England for Paul Caddy. Was looking up ahead there for Tori Albright, number 5 out of Landisburg, Pennsylvania. And Temple with possession, but only 3:40 left in the game. Temple's put up a really nice fight. I like what I've seen watching the tape this year. I've watched several of their games, and they've been very impressive. Susan Truffaut has just done an amazing job in the last couple years. They're going to be good for years to come, aren't they?
Well, yeah, and there's promise today. There's been glimpses of bright plays and promise, and again, they're not giving up. They're still in UConn circle with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, down by 4, excuse me. So they're not going to give up. They've created really good opportunities. They've stayed in the play, and it's just a testament to the work they've been doing, and I'm excited to see the future that holds for the Owls.
Yeah, been in a lot of games, lost on strokes on the road against Providence and Old Dominion. They in so many close contests. Big 1-goal win over Providence as Temple 7-4 in games decided by a goal this year. They won the close games. They beat Villanova twice in close games late in the season to earn this final Big East tournament spot. So hats off to Temple. They're going to be around for a long time. Like usual, they've been a good program, and they're going to stay a good program. UConn will get to another Big East tournament final, it's looking like. And on again to an NCAA tournament. They've been to 31 of those, Allie, if you're keeping track. I know everybody is at home. 15 Final Fours. And another talented team getting set up for a run in the NCAA tournament. A smaller field this year. Now, North Carolina's the heavyweight, correct? And then there's everybody else. So putting you on the spot, who do you take, North Carolina or the field? Two-time champ or the rest of college field hockey?
I mean, as a Terp, I'm always, thinking of UNC and always thinking of all those battles and competitiveness. They're just, again, a program with complete legends in it and complete success, and they're just studs. And it's hard to bet against them, but, just like we saw in March Madness, people bet against Baylor and they came out on top. So.
And Louisville beat North Carolina in the fall. The ACC was the only conference to play, and Louisville ended North Carolina's long winning streak. The Tar Heels going back-to-back undefeated national championship seasons. Can it be a three-peat for Karen Shelton's kids as they'll host the championship weekend at the stadium named after her? They have the best player in the country in Aaron Matson, who won Player of the Year a season ago. Can the Heels do it one more time? That's the question.
We'll just have to see.
Final minute. Final minute of the fourth quarter here in semifinal number 1. It's another great day for UConn field hockey. Old Dominion and Liberty will play coming up next in semifinal number 2. Monster All-American goal scorers all over the field in that one. Only 3 at-large bids. I think those teams are going to play like their life is on the line, because one of those teams might not make the NCAA tournament when it's all said and done. 27 seconds left. Hats off to all the players. It was great talking to the coaches this week, getting the scoop on the scouting report. Our hard-working crew, as always, our great camera people, our terrific crew in the truck. This was a lot of fun, Allie, in game number 1. So stick around. We will have a post-game interview coming up. UConn beats Temple in the first semifinal of the day in the Big East Championship. The Huskies on to the final. A 4-0 victory over Temple. A great day for Sophie Hamilton, a wonderful day, a big stroke it was. And we will be right back. Coming up, Ashley Lyotis will talk with Paul Caddy when we return here on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Welcome back here. Ashley Lyotis joined by Coach Caddy. First of all, congratulations on this semifinal win, 4-0. I heard you there at halftime say, cut off the blood supply, get that third goal. What was that fourth one there for you? What did that mean?
I mean, the fourth one was just security, and I think it was coming. And I think we had a lot of opportunities to score goals today, but Temple made it tough. Susan and her staff have done a great job. They were a great opposition, and they gave us a great game today. And for us, it's great preparation for whoever we play in the final on Saturday.
Saturday looking to be a little bit warmer than it was today. A very cold and windy one here. How did that affect your game today?
Hey, you know what? We've been practicing in minus, whatever it is degree weather. So this is kind of warm for the Huskies. So we're good.
And a 4-0 shutout here. You came off, we talked a little bit about this earlier, 3 games off earlier, a little bit of rest. You came out like you haven't missed a beat. That 4-0 shutout here today, how do you use that momentum moving into Saturday?
We'll analyze the film, and obviously we're going to stay and watch the next game. And then the girls are just got to, keep on doing what they do well. And if we can do that, I think we can win a lot of games moving into the rest of the postseason.
Thanks, Coach. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Nice shutout of the season for UConn. They're 6th in a row. They win their 10th game of the season and on to the Big East final. Allie, final thoughts?
Just a dominating attacking performance by UConn. That's all I got for you.
For Ashley Lyotis, our great crew, and Allie Campbell, I'm Nick Montagna. UConn beats Temple 4-0 in semifinal number 1 of the 2021 Big East Championship presented by SoFi. Thanks for joining us today on the Big East Digital Network with semifinal number 2 coming up next. So long, everyone. Count to 5, Allie.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hold the monitor for me while we do it. Thanks. Good teamwork. A Battle of Virginia in semifinal number 2. Live at the Proving Grounds is the 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championship presented by Jeep. Number 2 seed Liberty and number 3 seed Old Dominion on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi. Hi everyone, Nick Montagna, Allie Campbell, Ashley Lyotis, our great crew. We have 2 elite programs today, Allie.
Yeah, and we've got 2 really attacking teams. It'll be exciting to see who gets the spark in the net first.
UConn beat Temple 4-0 in the first semifinal today. Really stud players all over the field. Old Dominion led by Marlon DeBrogna, winning Big East Freshman of the Year, the top rookie scorer in the nation.
Yeah, and she's strong, she's poised on the ball, and she makes really smart decisions in really tight situations.
13 goals on the season, very talented kid. Daniela Rhodes out of South Africa, 13 goals leading the Big East at the start of today. Liberty leads the entire country in goals with 56.
Yeah, and she's quick, she's got quick hands and great vision, and I'm excited to see these 2 go head to head.
It's the 5th meeting of the season. The Flames won 3 of the 4, and a rematch of last year's Big East semifinal coming up next on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi. A Battle of Virginia in semifinal number A Battle of Virginia in semifinal number 2. Live at the Proving Grounds is the 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championship presented by Jeep. Number 2 seed Liberty and number 3 seed Old Dominion on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi. Hi everyone, Nick Montagna, Allie Campbell, Ashley Lyotis, our great crew. We have 2 elite programs today, Allie.
Yeah, and we've got 2 really attacking teams. It'll be exciting to see who gets the spark in the net first.
UConn beat Temple 4-0 in the first semifinal today. Really stud players all over the field. Old Dominion led by Marlon DeBronya, winning Big East Freshman of the Year, the top rookie scorer in the nation.
Yeah, and she's strong, she's poised on the ball, and she makes really smart decisions in really tight situations.
13 goals on the season, very talented kid. Daniela Rhodes out of South Africa, 13 goals leading the Big East at the start of today. Liberty leads the entire country in goals with 56.
Yeah, and she's quick, she's got quick hands and great vision, and I'm excited to see these 2 go head to head.
It's the 5th meeting of the season. The Flames won 3 of the 4, and a rematch of last year's Big East semifinal coming up next on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, Monarchs innovate and push each other further. Rain on. See how Monarchs...
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, Monarchs innovate and push each other further. Rain on. See how Monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, Monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how Monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
Welcome back to a very windy and chilly proving grounds here for the Big East Field Hockey Championships presented by Jeep. Game number 2 of the day. We have Liberty taking on Old Dominion. Now, as for Liberty, they are ready to get a very fast start. Head coach Parsley Blocker, with the coaching staff of the year, says that's how they like to play. They were the only team to beat UConn this season. They said they no longer have to engineer that belief. Now, over on Old Dominion side, Coach Griffith says he kept going back to the word growth this year. We asked him about how they were able to handle COVID. He said it was an adjustment period, but he kept going back to the word growth. He said their goal today, stick together, have structure on the team, don't get too stretched out. We're going to see some of that growth here today. Guys.
Thanks, Ashley. This is the 5th meeting of the year. Liberty's ranked number 6 in the country. Old Dominion number 17. 13 wins for the Lady Flames. The Lady Monarchs have 8 wins. This is the 4th straight game here at the Proving Grounds for Old Dominion, Allie. They're familiar with this very field, aren't they?
Yep, well-known rivalry, and I'm really excited to see which team gets on the board first today in these 2 high-scoring programs.
Liberty won 3 of the 4 in the regular season. Liberty leads the conference in goals. They lead the country in goals with 56. As we talked on the phone, Ashley was alluding to it with head coach Nikki Parsley Blocker winning Big East Coach of the Year with she and her entire staff. They like to get out to a fast start. They score a ton of goals off corners. They're the fastest team, arguably, in the conference. They've scored quick goals early in each of a half in separate games this year against Old Dominion, who likes to play slower. So it's slow versus fast, per se?
Per se, yeah, but I think it's also a front-foot mentality that Liberty thrives on, and they look to get on and in behind the defensive units very early and quickly and often. So I think Old Dominion's going to need to make sure they keep that in check, but also giving it right back to Liberty. Okay, so Liberty may expect them to play slow, but maybe we'll throw them a curveball. Maybe they'll play just as fast and match the speed. So only time will tell.
A great front line for Liberty. Jill Bolton, Daniela Rhodes, we talked about in the open, Charlotte Von Hold, the stud trio up front for head coach Nikki Parsley Blocker. And Old Dominion can score as well, 17th best in the country in scoring offense. And Marlon de Bruyne, the freshman out of the Netherlands, we just talked about it, what she's done, 13 goals. 2 notable omissions. Liberty, they've been without Ashley Dykema, the All-American defender, underway all season long. And Old Dominion's without Riley Taylor, one of their best forwards. It's probably more of a loss for Old Dominion because they don't have as deep of a roster. How much will they miss her today?
Yeah, I think every player that doesn't have the opportunity to play is going to be missed, but they have the ability to stay together and stay connected, and they're able to just push the pedal to the metal today and do it for the girls that aren't able to participate.
2 steady goalies in Cam McGillivray out of Canada and Azul City Idioshin, the freshman out of Argentina, winning Big East Freshman of the Year honors along with Marlon de Bruyne. A 3-way tie between Claire Vandenor and those 2 kids. As early on, a chance brewing, Old Dominion wearing white, Liberty wearing navy. It's been a back and forth battle the last couple seasons. This is really a 50-50 sort of encounter, like an 8-9 game in basketball, huh, Allie?
Yeah, and it's definitely interesting because the teams know each other so well, and sometimes when you play each other more often, you tend to think, well, I know they're going to do this and I know they're going to do that. It's always constantly moving parts to see who's going to come on top. So I'm excited to see how playing each other so many times, what kind of developments they can make in this championship.
In terms of how close it's been, Old Dominion had a breakthrough last year with 11 wins, and they beat Liberty twice, and once was in the Big East semifinal. So Liberty's looking for some payback this year, huh?
Yeah, and when I was at Maryland, playing ODU was always a battle. You knew you were always going to get their best, and they're a physical, strong team as well. So I can tell you, just like Temple in the first game, they're not going to give up on any balls, any tackles. Liberty's going to get their best today.
Of course, you played against Old Dominion in 2011 against Emma Batten, who won National Player of the Year that season for Old Dominion. What was it like going up against her? You defended her, I'm sure, a little bit?
I did, and sometimes I didn't. She went right past me, but she's an incredible, gifted attacker. She had to stop her every now and again, too.
Final Four 2011, Old Dominion against Maryland, and Allie Campbell. The Terps won it 4-0 en route to another national title. So that was in the Beth Anders days. She really built that historic program for so many years, Allie. You just look at it, lots of glory with 51 All-Americans, 32 total conference titles, and just the absolute glory they've had. An NCAA record, 9 national titles. Beth Anders had 561 wins in 30 years.
Yeah, and she's legendary and a huge part of the game in the USA. And she was able to build a program that has a consistent ability to be competitive. And I think that shows again today with ODU competing here for the Big East Championship.
In 2011, we just talked about it, when you were playing for Maryland, taking on Old Dominion, who was the standard every year, along with UConn, who won the first Big East semifinal today. That's when Liberty started their program. They're only 10 years old, so it's truly old money against new money, correct?
Seems to be that way.
There's an early blast. How about Jill Bolton up top for Liberty, 25 in blue. Just a stud player. Look how strong and tall she is.
Yeah, she's super fit. She's definitely a physical presence, but she has the stick skills and the ability to score right in line with her physical presence. So it'll be interesting to see how the backs of ODU handle her today.
Homecoming out of Souderton, PA for Jill Bolton, number 25, just having another fantastic season. All Big East first teamer at the beginning of the year, named the preseason Big East Offensive Player of the Year, ranks 10th in the country in goals scored. Daniela Rhodes, all Big East first teamer. She was Big East Freshman of the Year a season ago. So a steady defense for both teams. Marley McClendon leads the Old Dominion defense, and there's still plenty of Dykema sisters to go around, right, for everybody. Bethany's fantastic, even though Ashley's hurt, and they have younger sis on the team as well.
Yeah, and it definitely gives a ability to be connected, right? And through different lines, I believe they play different positions too, so they have that sister dynamic all throughout the field.
Jody Connolly's been a tremendous addition, number 8 for Liberty, and there she is, transfer from Boston University, won Freshman of the Year in the Patriot League a season ago.
Yeah, and she's super calm on the ball. You see there, she takes her time to receive, gets her eyes up, and gives a good hard ball in. You're going to see that plenty of times today from her.
Especially from those central midfield players,
definitely,
right?
Definitely.
As Liberty having a fantastic season, their first ever 9-1 start. They were ranked number 4 back in March, the best ever for any Liberty athletic program in the history of their sports. That's saying something.
Definitely making a statement, definitely.
Just lots of scoring year to year. Again, Maroney a couple years ago was fantastic. The Argentinian, just one of the best players in the history of this entire sport. Got to see her play in person. She was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it's awesome that college field hockey allows for internationals to participate and allows us to get better and allows them to get better too. We are able to influence each other's different kind of playing styles, and it's a really unique experience to be a part of.
And sometimes when you lose a transcendent player like again a Maroney, it takes a couple years for a program to reset, a bit of a hangover as I call it, but not with Liberty. They just replace and reload so quickly.
Yeah, they definitely have good depth and they're able to definitely stay relevant.
Old Dominion trying to stay relevant. That's number 12, Jolene Ulichny, the freshman out of Wilkes-Barre, PA, up in the final third for Old Dominion. It's a lot of Marlon DeBronia with 13 goals. Without Riley Taylor, Coach Griffiths told us on the phone, Allie, it's not easy because they just don't have as much depth up there.
Yeah, and that's tough, but you know that the girls who are there are going to do the work to do what they can with every opportunity they're presented, and you know they're going to get their best today.
And you're just getting a constant battle between these two sides because it's a great rivalry as pressure being put on by Old Dominion, and good pursuit there from the new goalie for Liberty, Azul Iritsidi Idioshin, the freshman goalie out of Argentina, and it looks like we will have our first corner of the day, and Old Dominion will have it.
Yeah, so here's another look at why the corner was called. It looks like it tapped the foot of the Liberty defender, and any foul that happens within the circle is awarded an attack penalty corner for the team that's attacking in that circle, obviously. So let's see what they've got dialed up.
Riley Taylor usually does the inserting, so it should be Jess Gabriel. You'll see Marley McClendon stop. You'll see De Bruyne as a striker, and Lejeune, number 6, in the mix as well. And Ilse Westera, number 24, will be out on the flank. And the Flyer group getting ready for Liberty as Old Dominion getting set here. 10th in the country in corners, about 7 per game, just missing.
Yeah, and I think the difference between the two teams today, they're just so evenly balanced on the field and back and forth that I think set plays are going to play a huge role in who's going to win today's matchup. Set plays are such an opportunity for teams to score, and those who are able to execute those really give themselves a huge advantage to get goals on the board.
Just a ton of shots for Marlon De Bruyne this year, 74 of them to lead the conference, 4th in the conference in goals with 13. Just having a monster season, all Big East first teamer, 7th in the country in goals, 9th in points, has 2 hat tricks this year. Both were against Villanova, 4 in one game, 3 goals in the other win against the Wildcats. A tremendous addition for this year for Coach Andrew Griffiths and his staff. Old Dominion, after a slow start, Liberty had it a lot to start the opening parts of the game. Now Old Dominion showing a better possession here. What have they done better in just the last couple minutes, Allie?
Yeah, I think they're getting their eyes up earlier, and they're anticipating the pressure and where it's coming from so that they're able to play out of the reach of the defenders, and they're playing into space. I think also they're just getting rid of the ball earlier. They're not holding on to it and engaging in one-on-one situations. They're utilizing each other, and they're having more success out of that.
Old Dominion with a 3-0 Big East start, their best since 2013. Of course, that's the year they beat UConn, who hadn't lost a Big East game until this year. Of course, the Huskies had their long 42-game Big East regular season winning streak ended by Liberty, which happened right here in the Philadelphia area at Temple's Field. As Old Dominion really with good momentum with Ilse Westera, number 24, the winger from the Netherlands. And out of bounds as the Lady Flames will collect. And there's Bethany Dykema, the sisters out of Newport News, Virginia. Something about Liberty and sisters. They had the Barr sisters for a number of years. As Bethany and company, just tremendous. Serena, and don't forget Natalie. And now you have the Dykema sisters. You have the Westera girls. Lots of sister combinations with Liberty. Cold and windy here at the Villanova Field Hockey Field in suburban Philadelphia, just outside of Villanova's campus. UConn beating Temple in the first semifinal by a 4-0 score. Sophie Hamilton, the Big East Offensive Player of the Year, had 2 goals in that game. She leads the Big East in goals, took over the lead from Daniela Rhodes. We'll see what Rhodes has to say about it as we get another look here right down the flank. And a call there, little trip, Allie.
A little bit. And it's resulted in a green card here, so it will be a 2-minute suspension. Again, for those who maybe weren't tuned in earlier, the card levels in field hockey, green card is 2 minutes, a yellow card is a 5-minute minimum, it can go up to 10 minutes, and a red card is an ejection.
That's a big play. It's Marlon De Bruyne, their best player essentially, in the box, 2 minutes.
It is, yeah, but I think ODU is just going to be able to hold on to the ball, keep possession, play a little more conservative while they run out the clock to get one of their all-star forwards back in the game.
Every single moment matters in the postseason. Only 3 at-large bids to the NCAA tournament in the shrunken field for this season. And I think both of these teams can be thankful to a degree that the Ivy League is not playing. That opens up an extra at-large bid. It was only supposed to be 2. Al, you know Louisville's going to get one because they beat North Carolina, right? That other at-large bid, I'm not sure who it would be. Maybe the other Big Ten team who doesn't win the Big Ten tournament, perhaps?
Yeah.
I think the last spot could be one of these 2 teams, the one that doesn't win today.
Yeah, it definitely could.
It could.
You just got to play, and you got to play your best and really just compete and just see how almost the cookie crumbles.
But waiting in the wings is UConn, who has won 8 straight Big East tournament titles. Liberty has gotten to the Big East final 3 times, 16, 17, and 18. Old Dominion got there last year because they bested Liberty in that Big East semifinal. And here we go on the rematch for 2021. Scoreless in the opening quarter. Glad to have you with us here on the Big East Digital Network. Saturday's championship game at noon should be warmer in the 70s compared to today. The wind chill, it feels like it's in the 40s.
I think right now both teams are doing well on defense of stepping up and creating the intercept on the intercept lines. And I look forward to them continuing that and continue to get pressure out to the ball instead of waiting and holding.
Lizzie Hamlet got fouled, number 1, out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, right by the restraining area. Kendra Jones is a good player. She'll play on the wing. Jody Connolly, we've talked about her. There's Bethany Dykema, excellent defender. Liberty gets a ton of corners. They score a lot off corners, 19 of them to lead the Big East, but still looking for their first.
And that's why I'm saying it could be the difference maker. Set pieces make a huge difference in a game if you're able to execute them well.
It's stolen away. Reagan Underwood, the freshman out of Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania, for Jill Bolton, and it's knocked down in front. Right in front of Cam McGilvray, the Canadian keeper for Old Dominion. A beautiful backhanded blast.
Yeah, really nice small little ball in from Reagan into Jill Bolton, and she just puts the ball on her back foot here out of the reach of the defender and then just executes a really good quick swing backhand, but goalkeeper's there, 0-0 game.
It's punched back into the circle and a foul call. Did she get a piece of it there, McGilvray, or was it knocked down in front? What did you see?
I think the goalkeeper stopped it.
She got a piece of it there.
Yeah, I think she was in the right spot. And she made the save.
The Old Dominion back with possession. Getting in the way there for Liberty is Kendra Jones, number 7. And Charlotte Fondhold up top with Jill Bolton. Jill Bolton is the assuming player. They said Daniela Rhodes is the unassuming one. So sometimes Jill Bolton just stands out a little bit more, wouldn't you say, Allie?
Yeah, and she's a little more aggressive, I'd say, and Danielle's a little more patient, and she picks her times to go, but when she picks those times, they're extremely successful.
And here's Charlotte Fondhold, maybe the unsung hero of that great trio up top. Just over a minute left in quarter number 1. Liberty starting to battle back with good possession. Jody Connolly's made an impact from that center midfield spot all year after transferring from BU. And they'll play it in from the wing on the right-hand side. And now 1 minute left exactly into the circle, and Old Dominion defending. Great job to sweep it out of there by the Lady Monarchs.
Yeah, ODU's doing a really good job of keeping their cover player in line to the ball to goal. So she's able to come up with a lot of intercepts on free 50-50 balls, and they're doing a really good job of keeping 100% possession after that.
It was a good clearance by number 18, Rena Stoles, the freshman left winger out of Kingston, PA, and that great Wyoming Valley West program. She was named All Big East as the All Big East Awards were announced yesterday. 25 seconds left in the quarter. It's a high shot and a whistle. The officials today, same group as game 1 with Mallory Fedorov and Jamal Grosvenor on the field, and Stefan Smith and Jen Anton in the replay booth. One last hit before the first quarter horn. Lots of goals for these teams this season, but none here in quarter number 1. It's scoreless here at the Proving Grounds with the second quarter coming up next between Old Dominion and Liberty here on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Start of the second quarter, Liberty making their fifth trip to the Big East tournament. They're 3-4. Old Dominion, this is their sixth appearance with a 2-5 mark in the Big East championship. Welcome back, everyone. Ashley Lyotis on the sideline, Allie Campbell, Nick Montaigne. Great to have you with us, our wonderful crew, as it's Liberty with Jill Bolton into the circle. And a free hit coming up here for Liberty, as the Lady Flames controlling, Old Dominion defending, and whistled on out. Just tremendous players matched up today, and what we've seen in the entire Big East, Allie, look at it last year. 5 All-Americans in the Big East, Faya Boker and Sophie Hamilton, Rebecca Birch, Jill Bolton, Ashley Dykema, lots of the players involved with these two programs. Nothing but quality, right?
Nothing but quality. Really good hockey the past few years for the Big East, and they just continue to grow as a conference, and it's really exciting to see for the growth of the sport.
Let's check in with Ashley.
Guys, Coach Griffiths there in between quarters, he was talking about the wind. We know this has been a factor all day. It is cold, it is windy, but he was telling those women, listen, I'm not going to be able to talk to you as much in the second half because the wind's going the opposite direction at that point. So you really need to communicate more with each other. Really just seeing how much these elements are affecting this game today, guys.
Yeah, it's true that the wind is such a factor for these players. Allie, how tricky is it, truly? We don't talk about it enough, frankly.
Yeah, it's tricky communication-wise just because the wind takes especially the volume out of your voice. But I think they're just going to have to utilize different types of communication. So maybe pointing fingers, checking their shoulders more often, raising their stick. They're just going to have to be a little more creative with the way that they're able to communicate out there. Other than that, it really doesn't take that much of a it doesn't create that much of a difference. Maybe it'll take an aerial out of there a few times, but other than that, it's preseason hockey weather.
So the physical element.
Or postseason, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah, the physical element not affected that much, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to hear that. At least DeMar will be involved, stopping the ball quite a bit on the corners. No Riley Taylor. She's out with injury. We wish her the best. As Andrew Griffith's telling us, she just had her surgery, so she's watching from home. Riley, we hope you're doing well. And they'll insert with Jess Gabriel. Watch out for Marlon De Bruyne. She's been fantastic to watch all season long. Number 7 in white will strike the ball. De Bruyne! Old Dominion strikes first in this Big East semifinal. The weapon out of Europe with a monster blast, and it's 1-0
And she
ODU.
switches it up this time, Nick. She goes to the feet of the goalkeeper rather than the hands. Her first goal shot was unsuccessful. She probably thought, hey, might as well shoot for the far post. And she's got her team on the board with a 1-0 lead.
She might be the most valuable player to any team in the entire country. 14th goal of the year. She's made that sort of impact. Another big goal for Marlon De Bruyne. What a season she's had. Did you see that backhand goal she had against Villanova? Scored it from that tough angle. How did she do that, Allie?
I mean, from that angle, you never know. But it could be a little bit of luck, but I think it's more of skill. She's a really skilled, confident player on the ball, and it shows with the kind of statistical season she's had.
And Andrew Griffith said an even better person. We've seen her interviewed a number of times. What a sweet kid, and she's made that kind of impact on the field. Old Dominion on top of Liberty.
And this is dangerous here for Old Dominion. They have to stay together, stay confident, and make sure that these next 2 minutes after scoring a goal, they stay just as connected, because the first 2 minutes after you score a goal, you're most vulnerable because you're excited you scored, but you got to make sure you're keeping all the pieces to the puzzle together.
Bethany Dykema had a hit just moments ago and going out of bounds and cleared away by Old Dominion. The Lady Monarchs up the wing there with number 8, Nicole Fredericks, a tremendous fullback, and plays the left back position. Bethany Dykema, hard to miss her, red hair, saw her coming off the bus. Liberty into the circle with Jill Bolton. A lot of touches for Bolton so far. And Daniela Rhodes, number 10. It's just so noticeable with Jill Bolton because of her size, Allie. That's what makes her stand out.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to see Daniela Rhodes get a little more involved here. I've only seen her on the ball once or twice, and as a really good goal scorer for the Flames, I'm looking forward to her getting a little more assertive, a little more aggressive, and joining the speed forward with Jill Bolton.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned that. We haven't called her name a lot. She hasn't had a ton of touches. Why do you think that is? Is Old Dominion just guarding her very well?
They probably have her definitely in mind, but I think also she's defending the width a little bit, and I think that she can tuck in a little more and bait the defender so she can come up with intercepts and then use her speed going forward.
Marley McClendon cleared it out of there. An excellent center back for Old Dominion, as Andrew Griffiths has done a great job. Did a fantastic job at Lafayette for 6 years, won 73 games there, was named the 2012 National Coach of the Year, went 17-3 in 2012 with Lafayette, won a couple of Patriot League tournament championships, and then Beth Anders retires and he gets the Old Dominion job. Inherited a good group, knocked off UConn as soon as they entered the Big East, and have had a few ups and downs. Had a tough shootout loss against Villanova on decision day a few years back, and Villanova snatched the last Big East tournament spot. Old Dominion lost it on their home field. But last year, maybe one of the best years they've had in a while. We talked to Andrew Griffiths. He wasn't sure why his team had such a good season a year ago. I think it was the 9 seniors. It all came together last year, didn't it?
Yeah, they had experience and they had connectedness. And I say that word a lot because connectedness is a huge part of a team culture and their ability to be together on and off the field. So definitely having that dynamic of people, especially 9 of them, who have played and impacted the program for 4 years is huge.
Here's Jody Connolly. She had a monster year in the Patriot League a season ago, number 8, winning the Patriot League Freshman of the Year honors for the Terriers. As Liberty trying to play it out of the back. Old Dominion's been defending them well. Liberty came out with a fast start. That's what they do. Had a lot of possession in the opening couple of minutes, but Old Dominion has been much better since, huh, Allie?
Yeah, I think that they're building the ball well, and I feel like I remember when I played against ODU, they always had really solid sweepers, so ball distributors out of the back and using a really good distribution tool called the sweep, and they're utilizing that by moving the ball around and out, and then they're able to play up the lines to have their speedy forwards and goal scorers running onto it. So I think that's where they're finding success.
Yeah, great job down the right wing that time to find Marlon De Bruyne, and then Liberty broke it up. So before the game, Allie, it was very interesting to hear the teams at warm-ups. I don't put a lot of stock in it, but I want to get your thoughts on it. As Liberty was yelling and screaming and hooting and hollering, and Old Dominion was more subdued. Does that have any factor once the game starts?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just the team dynamic and what they're used to, and everybody has their own way of getting pumped up for a big game, and I think they were just utilizing that to get mentally ahead and ready for the starting whistle.
What was it like when you played at Maryland? What type of vibe was it before the game when you guys would take the field?
I mean, in the locker room, we're probably hooting and hollering and dancing around to music, but once we hit the field, I think we were pretty composed and pretty just like tuned into what the game plan was. There's always time for fun and games, but then at a point, the switch flips and then you're ready to compete. And I think both teams, watching warm-ups too, I agree. They were very different, but they were both clearly ready to compete, as we have a pretty close game here right now.
I like how Liberty warms up, and I've been told by their staff they warm up with soccer balls, with spike balls, rugby balls, no matter what's out there. They have some fun, Liberty does, when they're warming up. There's a foul called. Lots of depth for Liberty. Free start. Jill Bolton into the area. There's the whack. And it sails wide.
Good try there. She puts the ball into the backspace away from the defender, so that's her second backspace shot of the game. But she's super strong, and I think that's one of her strengths, to put that ball into the backspace away from the defender and just crank it. And she just mishandles that one, but I'm sure she'll make the adjustments and be able to hit a clean one next time.
Tough goalie back there, and Cam McGilvery, U21 Canada national team. And then, of course, what Atul Reed City Ocean has done on the other side for Liberty, winning the Big East Defensive Player of the Year honors as a freshman goalie. Two outstanding keepers today. Old Dominion has gone ahead in this one on another goal by Marlon De Bruyne, our 1-0 scoreline in favor of the Lady Monarchs. Just tremendous in the CAA for years. They won 14 CAA tournament titles, their last being 11. They won the Big East regular season title in 2013. It's been all UConn ever since then, of course. On the right-hand side, Liberty will earn a corner.
So inside the attacking 25 for Liberty, whenever there's a free hit or a foul called, ODU has to make sure their first defender on the ball is 5 yards away. So an advantage of having the self-start, you're able to attack the defender if they are not 5 yards, and that's what happened there. And it's a foul, so a defensive penalty corner it is.
12th in the country in corners for Liberty, about 7 per game. They lead the Big East in corners, number 1 in the conference in goals off corners, as we alluded to earlier, with 19 of them. As Bethany Dykema will insert the ball usually, Kendra Jones will stop it, or Lizzie Hamlet, and you'll see Jody Connolly, Danielle Rhodes, and Maddie Heisler, and certainly watch out for their stud players, obviously Jill Bolton and Danielle Rhodes. First corner of the game for the Lady Flames. It's Jody Connolly off the bar and right off the post and out of bounds.
A really good height for a drag flick. It's a hard height to save for the goalkeeper. She goes just about hip height to the hand diving side of the goalkeeper, but just hits the outside post, and still at a 0 scoreline for Liberty.
A nice try, but off by inches for Liberty. As the Lady Monarchs have it on the wing. Great job by their midfield. Both teams have defended and possessed quite well. Both teams have shown the organizations, but the great scoring offensive Liberty has been held in check a bit. As Old Dominion's defense, both kids can run. Both teams have athletes all over the field. It's really such a close matchup. It's hard to say that one team is really ahead of the other, Allie. They're very talented.
Yeah, they're close, and you can see it in the midfield play. It's back and forth, and it'll be interesting to see how this game continues to develop.
A decent looking chance as Jill Bolton was in the mix up top. And steady goalkeeping by Cam McGilvery and good defending by Marley McClendon and the Old Dominion defense. Swept out of there by Delphine Lejeune, the sophomore out of Belgium, having a nice season. Number 6, playing as a defensive center mid essentially. Old Dominion will lift the ball up high. Then it rolls up into the corner. 3:59 left before halftime. Oh, it's been a fantastic match so far. And now a nice clearance ball all the way downfield. And back to defend is Marley McClendon in her 5th year out of Virginia Beach. 30 career assists, so potent on restarts, and a good defender. Too high of a hit there.
Yeah, that's dangerous. So if you pass or hit, pass, lift the ball into an area of people above the knee, it's considered dangerous in hockey. So if it was into open space, they might have let it go because there's no immediate danger, but we'll just have to see.
Just over 3 minutes left. Liberty looking here for Jill Bolton. And good steady defense again with Marley McClendon and company. And we get a whistle.
So Jill Bolton immediately felt that there was a foul that wasn't called, and she ran right over to Mallory Fedorov for a video referral. Not exactly maybe what she's looking for here, but I'm sure we'll hear word soon.
Did they call for a corner? Or
yeah, she's looking for a corner for Liberty.
So we had a challenge in semifinal 1 between UConn and Temple. We'll step away. A timeout here on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi. Old Dominion leads it by a goal.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University,
So it looks like the video referral has been finished. And did we get any kind of answer, Allie?
Yeah, so from what was asked, Jill Bolton was looking for an obstruction, either with the stick or the body. and it looks like the call has been overturned of a no call. So Liberty will keep their referral because each team starts with a referral in the game. If they use it and they're incorrect in using it, then they lose it. But if they use it and they use it correctly, then they get to keep it. Or if it's deemed inconclusive, they also get to keep it. So Jill Bolton was correct in asking for the referral, and here we are.
So a corner it will be as they'll look for the insertion. Liberty getting set up, wearing the blue jerseys. Here's the feed. Connolly drops it off. They try to send it back to the post area perhaps, and Old Dominion was all over it. Now quickly, Liberty back with momentum right on the end line. And Jill Bolton, Marlon De Brogna, two All-American players essentially matched up there. Jill Bolton's had a whale of a career, a three-time, make it four-time now, all first-team Big East player as the awards came out yesterday. Now a little bit more sense of urgency with 2:25 left in the second quarter. Now on the right-hand side, again, Old Dominion clearing it back out. So a little bit better from Liberty here, Allie?
Yeah, I think they're building the ball a little better, and they're utilizing their one-on-one skills on attack a lot sooner, so they're not getting as close to the defenders. They're eliminating them with more space, which allows for the defender to be out of the play. So I think they're utilizing that so that they're able to get more of a push on attack.
3 wins this year for Liberty over Old Dominion. A 4-1 win, 2 goals by Rhodes, 2 goals by Bolton. A 2-0 Liberty win, Rhodes and Bolton in that one. Old Dominion won 2-1. Riley Taylor a game winner. Then a 4-2 win for Liberty with 2 more goals by Daniela Rhodes, who has 7 career goals against Old Dominion. So maybe she does make an impact again in this rivalry. But so far, Old Dominion defending at such a high level, it's been tough sledding for these great forwards for Liberty to create any space for themselves, Allie.
Yeah, and I'm just noticing Daniela Rhodes is now on the right attacker side instead of the left. So a lot of times you want to attack the left foot of the defender, which is the left side of the defensive team. So maybe they want to put their big gun on the right side and try to utilize her and get in behind and get her on the scoreboard.
Excellent tackle by Elise Demar, number 11 out of Lille, France. She's a tremendous player for Andrew Griffiths. Lots of international impact, plenty of Pennsylvania kids, plenty of Virginia products. Jody Connolly's been excellent today. Old Dominion very patient, very organized in the final minute of the first half. 2 high-powered offenses, but structured defenses. Lovely ball up ahead for Arena Souls, 4'11", centering feed. As a beautiful job, the ball rolls in, it's a score. Old Dominion has their second. As Azul Reed City Idiotion, the goalie came out to play the angle, but Old Dominion sends it past her. Here's another look at it here. Great burst from the midfield alley, and then right in the middle of the circle, it's a drive and a score, and it looks like it's De Brogna again. Old Dominion by 2.
It's just a really good gritty play, so they're drawing each defender out of their space and dumping it back into the space of where the defender's coming from. So they're going against the grain. They track hard to a space and drop it, track hard to a space and drop it, and they're able to draw the goalkeeper out, who's one of the Liberty's top players, and they're able to get in and behind and get a 2-0 lead.
5th multi-goal game of the year for Marlon De Brogna. Had 2 goals in the loss to Liberty. Now 2 goals against Liberty here in the Big East semis with 8 seconds left. The sun coming out and shining on the Lady Monarchs here at the Proving Grounds. As we roll into halftime in semifinal number 2, it's Old Dominion leading by 2. 2-0 over Old Dominion. Allie, this was a really good first half by the Lady Monarchs.
Yeah, really good, and now they actually have momentum too going into the second half, ending on a high note, and I'm expecting they're going to be ready to roll and ready to keep going in the second half.
What a season for Marlon De Brogna, having a fantastic season. 15 goals on the year. Halftime here on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Old Dominion in front, 2-0 over Liberty. The All Big East Awards were announced yesterday, and plenty of stalwarts like usual, and these teams are just tremendous. Allie, look at all the Old Dominion and Liberty players.
Yeah, there's just talent across the board, and it's just a testament to the two programs, how they're able to develop and keep players and keep bringing in players so that they're able to be strong and present performances like these players have been.
And Nikki Parsley-Blocker, in her 4th year at Liberty, she wins Big East Coach, her entire coaching staff of the year. They've been awarded that honor.
Yeah, and they all just love the game of hockey. They're a younger staff, but that doesn't mean anything. They are so educated. They're so knowledgeable. They just love the game. They love spreading it and growing it, and they've done a really good job for a young, in comparison to other programs, a young Liberty program.
A Northwestern grad back in 2014. She's done a great job with this program. A lead at the half, 2-0 for Old Dominion. We'll be right back from the Proving Grounds.
We're different here. We don't just get up for another day. We rise. We don't just work. We endeavor. We're women and men, for and with others. We have hope, we believe, and we celebrate. Why are we different?
So we can be the difference.
Ignite us, enlighten us, Show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
UConn beat Temple in the first semifinal of the day. When you get to the postseason, Allie, the stars have to shine, and Sophie Hamilton was fantastic, wasn't she, with 2 goals, winning Big East Offensive Player of the Year. The Huskies have won 8 straight Big East tournament titles, and their superstar was on display earlier.
She sure did. She left her mark early and often. She had, I think, a hand in every one of the goals in some shape or form, and she just put on a performance today that was unmatched by anybody else on the field.
You saw the penalty stroke from Claire Yandenworth, Claire Vandenort with a goal, Sophie Hamilton with 2 goals and an assist, and this monster play at the end.
Yeah, that's just a world-class goal. A good vision-oriented goal. Slaps the ball into Claire Vandenort for a tip, and it just sails right over the shoulder of the Temple goalkeeper.
Claire Vandenort winning a great goal there. And here in our second game, the highlights, Marlon De Bruyne, Big East Freshman of the Year, both goals in the first half, Allie.
Yeah, just a monster hit off of the feet side of the goalkeeper, and then here she's just overlapping the play, just pulls it a little bit away from the goalkeeper so she can't make a boot save and just hits it home. A really good developed play on both sides of the ball.
That goal in the final minute, just a backbreaker for Liberty. 3 shots today total for Old Dominion. All 3 from Marlon De Bruyne, 2 goals and 4 shots for Jill Bolton, but she has not found the back of the net yet as a look at our stats.
Yeah, and you can see it really does look pretty even, and I would describe this game as pretty evenly matched, but I think ODU has just taken advantage and they've scored on their opportunities. On 2 shots, they've had 3 goals at 66%. That's above average, right? So their ability to execute when needed has been crucial in their ability to lead this game.
Liberty, what do they have in the second half? Old Dominion leads it by 2 with the start of the third quarter coming up next here on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
And And the start of the second half from the Proving Grounds at the Villanova Field Hockey Field in Conshohocken, just outside of Villanova's campus. Great to have you with us here on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi for the 2021 Big East Field Hockey Championships, presented by Jeep. The second semifinal of the day, Liberty and Old Dominion. With our great crew, Ashley Lyotis, Allie Campbell, I'm Nick Montagna, and thanks for being with us. As a little bit of a horn issue to start the third quarter, Allie, right?
I actually think it was an umpire issue. The teams were ready to roll, and there were no umpires yet, and they just started it, and there was no umpires, so now we're ready.
Old Dominion in white, all set now. Liberty in blue. What does Liberty have to do better here in the second half?
Yeah, I think they have to build the ball better, and they just have to be a little more attacking. I think they're creating opportunities up the field, but I think they need to overlap and create more numbers up situations, because ODU is doing a really good job of stepping in front and intercepting higher up the field.
Is it making different runs, sending players through different movement?
Yeah, I think a strength right now of ODU is that they're playing the ball in and behind for people to run onto, eliminating the running defenders. So I think maybe Liberty can take a ticket out of that book, because it's working for ODU. Might as well throw their own game back at them.
I've been very impressed by Old Dominion's defense. They're steady, they're organized, they know what they're doing. Liberty's speed and very aggressive. Daniela Rhodes has scored goals early in a half, and then one right out of halftime in one of the meetings earlier this year. So number 10 right in front of us. She's been moved around on that front line next to Jill Bolton. We'll see if she can get it going. What still blows me away, Allie, is Liberty's excitement. After the first half, during halftime, they're shouting and hooting and hollering. They're just very excited. They seem to be really into this moment, winning or losing.
Yeah, and I think, you can't just sit down and be ready to quit when you're 2 goals down. It's a whole new half, and the tides can turn different ways, and you never know what can happen. So their ability to stay energized and front foot is going to be crucial for them going into the second half.
Good work by Kendra Jones, number 7, and Lizzie Hamlet, number 1, in blue for Liberty, trying to organize from the midfield. Now Bethany Dykema trying to get back as the run being made there on the left-hand side by Ilse Wistera. Fabulous winger for Andrew Griffiths as Marlon De Bruyne tried to get it to her. You were really impressed, Allie, during the warm-ups of the size of Old Dominion, right?
Yeah, I always think of ODU being super strong and they take up a lot of space because they have really tall, sturdy defenders especially, and I think that's also a strength of theirs. They're able to be big in small areas and come up with the ball, but also utilize their body to protect the ball. So I love it.
There's Evelyn Murray, the Penn State transfer. Grew up around the Old Dominion area, playing club ball in that area, so she left after 1 year playing for Coach Charmaret. As a tap right there by Ilse Wistera, just missing the goal.
I'm going to have to see that one again, Nick. A nice feed in here into space. That's what I'm talking about. The little touches into space for people to run onto is where ODU is having success, and they display that there with just a little bit of a mistouch. But, it's a tricky touch, and you never know when it can fall. And being able to get a touch towards goal, again, it doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to go in the goal.
5 shots for Liberty, 3 for Old Dominion, but you see the scoreboard with the Lady Monarchs leading by 2. Their 4th straight game on this very straight field. They came up here to play in a neutral site game the last couple of weekends against Providence and Quinnipiac. Played 3 total games. It was supposed to be 4, but 1 was canceled. So they're familiar with this field. And Liberty has won on this field before against Villanova with Agenda Maroney making an impact a few years back as an All-American. And now version 2 or 3.0 for Liberty Field Hockey with the Dykema sisters. Of course, Ashley's missing in action because of an injury, and Riley Taylor's out with injury for Old Dominion. 2 players, very much importance for each side, not in the mix, unfortunately.
I'd like to see Liberty, especially out of the back, receive with their faces upfield. A lot of times they're feeling like they have to protect the ball, so they're turning their back, which just doesn't allow them to go up the field right away. And I think a really solid, advantageous first touch upfield is going to be able to make them more front-footed when they're looking to outlet.
Here's Julie Dawes, had the game winner in the overtime win against Duke, one of the best wins they've ever had. And you played Duke how many times in 1 year, you said?
Oh my goodness, we played them 4.
Just incredible. Liberty right by the circle. They've called corner thanks to Reagan Underwood. Now what are we seeing here? Video referral, possibly?
Yeah, it looks like ODU players are talking to the umpire, asking for a reconsideration with a referral. So we'll hear, I'm sure, soon enough what they're asking for.
So they've called corner on the field, correct?
Yes, he called a corner, I believe, because there's 5 yards, but I'm not exactly sure. Maybe they felt the player that was penalized was not the person who stepped. The person who was stepping was already 5 yards, so we'll just have to see.
Stephon Smith and Jan Anton handling the replay booth as we'll step away with Old Dominion leading by 2 here in the third quarter.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
What do they ask you? Like the player that approached the ball was already 5?
Though we are many,
So they have to ask a
we are
question.
part of something. A force. Bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter, and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow.
And welcome back to the Proving Grounds. Allie, they've made a call. What are you hearing?
Yeah, so originally the ODU player made the sign for a referral, which means they have to ask the question. So they made the signal, which means they have to ask. So what I heard, what they asked for was the 5 yards. Was it actually legitimate? So it looks like here, which it seems like it is. And the corner stands, so Liberty keeps their referral.
Bethany Dykema will insert. Third corner, the Liberty special, most goals off corners in the Big East, as Bethany Dykema will insert the ball. And right to the top there, looking for Daniela Rhodes.
Tricky little corner play there. She takes it off of the stick stopper Castle, comes to her left, which I feel like is a strength if she's doing that on a penalty corner shot. And the goalkeeper makes a really good six save here. So she goes ahead and takes the ball on an angle, hoping to throw the flyer off guard, but the goalkeeper's there to shut it down.
Great work by Cam McGilvray. Just a beast in the weight room, according to Andrew Griffiths. and a steady goalkeeper. That's what I heard when I'm reading between the lines when I hear coaches talk about goalies. Sometimes you hear their head cases. I don't think I got that. He said Cam McGilvery, locked in, steady Eddie.
Yeah, goalkeepers are really unique people. I mean, you have to be unique to be able to have balls hit at you by 100 miles an hour, right? You got to be brave and you got to be steady. And I give props to every single goalkeeper there is because they got to put all that padding on and save the ball with every part of their body. So
if there's a sport that I cover, Allie, it's field hockey, and especially in August when it's 90 degrees, and especially in the preseason, you know it well, that those goalies have to put on all that gear in mid-August, early August sometimes.
yeah, they're definitely,
Oh, man, wow.
definitely sweating a lot, but good thing there's athletic trainers handing towels, handing ice drinks, you know, keeping them as cool as possible.
Great movement, the speed on display. Reagan Underwood certainly noticeable into the circle. Kendra Jones with a touch. Old Dominion bending but not breaking here today at Villanova's field hockey field. Opened up in 2016. The water cannons going off all day long. Helps the ball roll smoothly. One of the premier facilities in the entire country. And you've trained and played at this field. Allie, it's just a tremendous setup, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really great. It's in a great area too in Philadelphia where there's a lot of hockey happening and it's a good central location.
Now Liberty starting to get more and more possession. Old Dominion holding the numbers back, defending at a high level. Very, very organized today. I'm so impressed by Old Dominion's defense.
So I'd like to correct myself here. With the video referral that happened, ODU asked it, not Liberty. I said the wrong thing. So they lost the referral, so they now do not have a referral for the remainder of the game.
From the back, we see Marlon De Bruyne, excellent forward, has both goals today. I'm a big Kevin De Bruyne fan with Manchester City, and she's wearing the light blue as well. So it's very fitting. And she's had an impact season, to say the least. 2 hat tricks on the season for Marlon De Bruyne, 7th in the country in goals scored, the top rookie scorer in the nation. There she is, Marlon De Bruyne, number 7 in white, but stolen away. Reagan Underwood, very impressive from that midfield spot today.
Yeah,
very athletic.
She's a super fit athlete and she's a workhorse and she's going to do whatever she can in order to stay relevant in the game, whether it's tracking on angles, intercepting, getting back for a teammate. She's going to do it all and she's going to do it to the best of her ability. So I think that's where she's really standing out right now. She's just doing the good hard work.
Excellent movement there by Liberty. Julie Dawes. There are stud players all over the field for Liberty, all conference, all American type players, but they still have not been able to break through. Allie, what can they continue to do? What do they need to keep doing to try and break through this tough, gritty Old Dominion defense?
Yeah, I think right now there's a little bit of separation between their lines. So meaning their attack lines are a little far away, distance-wise from their midfield, etc. So I think if they're able to stay a little closer together, they're going to be able to attack in numbers.
And here's a big play. A card has come out against Old Dominion. Player advantage for Liberty. Into the box goes Jess Gabriel. So this could be a momentum swinger, huh?
It can definitely be, and they can also utilize their number up situation.
So a big opportunity for Liberty. You see them starting to have a little bit more movement, a little bit more separation when they're carrying the ball, and now maybe not just a mental momentum swing, but clearly just having the advantage, and maybe they can start to put something more together. Goes out of play, so a green card out for 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, 2 minutes green card.
Excellent.
So see if ODU wants to keep up attacking or if they want to just kind of wait, stay composed, build the ball, keep possession. There it looked like they were looking to go forward and attack, so we'll see if they change it up here on the next free hit.
Now, Jill Bolton, just a fantastic year, 14 goals. Daniela Rhodes, 16 goals. They have the weapons out there, all conference kids, and all American types as well. And Jill Bolton, a fantastic career she's had. You feel like she's going to make an impact with what she's done. Jill Bolton, 4th in school history in goals, 4th in goals, 4th in points. Bethany Dykema, a blast, and just going wide.
That's really good skill by her. Getting there to the top of the circle, creating space with her body, spinning out and attacking the left foot, and then having a goal shot herself. She did all the work herself, but it was under a lot of skill, a lot of pressure, and she stayed composed and ended up with a goal shot. So there's a little bit of an outcome there.
Is it tougher for them to, quote unquote, get their hands free and get clean shots off today, do you think?
Probably a little bit. I mean, sometimes the cold, it hurts to hit with the stick. But other than that, I think they're running around, they're warm, they're not like us standing up here, so they should be just fine.
Who's cold? I put on the warmer boots at in between the first and second games. They've really helped. 4 minutes plus left in the third quarter. Thanks for joining us today on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi. Ashley Lyotis, Allie Campbell, I'm Nick Montagna, our outstanding technical crew, our great camera people as well here at the Proving Grounds at the Villanova Field Hockey Field, as Liberty and Old Dominion meeting once again for the 5th time this season. Liberty won 3 of them. Old Dominion in front thanks to 2 goals by Marlon De Bruyne, the co-Big East Freshman of the Year. And swept out of there by Old Dominion. And Delphine Lejeune out of Belgium making the clearance. There's Bethany Dykema. 3 Dykema sisters for Liberty. Of course, they're really missing Ashley. But right now, they need their offense to get going. Down by just 2, you feel like they can make this up, correct, Allie?
For sure. 2-0 can be a dangerous lead because 1 goal scored and there's only a 1 goal deficit. So ODU's not clear out of the trouble yet.
Yeah,
Liberty has a lot left in them.
And I feel like we have a long way to go when you get to the playoffs, when you get quality teams like this. They played a lot of close games historically. The all-time series has been close. I feel like we're due for a really good finish, and you feel like Liberty really has something. But you got to give credit to Old Dominion. They've arguably been the better team today.
Yeah, they're for sure able to finish the game at a high level, both teams, and we're going to see a constant battle here. And since they're used to being under pressure, they're able to handle it. So we'll just see how the game progresses. And it looks like here we have a card to number 8, Jody Connolly. I'll double check what color that was.
So a big call. Now it's Old Dominion with a player advantage after Old Dominion was able to break through when Liberty had the player up situation. Did not work out as well for Liberty as they would have liked, I'm sure. Looked like Lizzie Hamlet lost her shoe. Now the restart. Marlon De Bruyne fell down a little bit. Not sure if the wind knocked her down.
No, I think she got her body behind that backhand hit a little too much and just fell down when she missed.
Old Dominion again into the circle. Kendra Jones trying to defend. And for Old Dominion, that was Elise DeMar, number 11. So it's a green card on Jody Connolly. We got the word. 7-4 for Liberty on shots. Each team has 3 shots on the target today. Cam McGillivray's made 3 saves, and Edie Ocean has made a save as well. 90 seconds left in the third quarter. Right down the wing. Liberty's running for it with Daniela Rhodes. Can one of their many superstars make an impact here in this Big East semifinal? Liberty really cheering on their team from the sideline as it's right past the goal, just sailing wide.
Yeah, really good quick attack there and persistent attack by Liberty. Way to get the ball up in the air, challenging for defenders to stop. And Daniela Rhodes just missed hits there for the little bit of a tip in. So we'll see if they can continue to build here with a player down. They're actually attacking.
Here's Daniela Rhodes into the circle, aiming for Jill Bolton. It goes out of bounds with 44 seconds left. Today's Field Hockey Championship and all of the league's championships are presented by Jeep. It takes guts, drive, and unmatched capability to make it to the top. That's why Jeep is a proud partner of the Big East Conference. Jeep, there's only one. With 23 seconds left in the third quarter. Too high of a hit, it would appear. Liberty racing it ahead quickly. Reagan Underwood in space, along with Charlotte Von Holt. 7 seconds left. Old Dominion on top as we hit the end of the third quarter in Big East semifinal number 2. Only 1 quarter left. Who wants to play UConn in the final Saturday? We'll find out when we come back for the fourth quarter on the Big East Digital Network, presented by SoFi.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience, when soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
Welcome back here to the Proving Grounds, the Big East Field Hockey Championships presented by Jeep. Now, we are going into the fourth quarter here. Old Dominion still up 2-0, taking that early lead right before halftime. Now, I was able to sit in on some of those halftime huddles, and Old Dominion had extremely high energy. They clearly had the momentum going into the half, but I heard a lot of those women say, listen, Liberty is going to come out fast, so be ready. And over on Liberty's side, they said, we have to want it. You have to believe in yourself. And they are ready to make that happen. No score in the third quarter. Old Dominion still up 2-0. We'll see what happens here in the fourth. An exciting one here at the Proving Grounds. Guy?
Thank you, Ashley. Liberty leads the country in goals with 56, Allie, yet nothing. A big donut. Why have we seen that today?
I think ODU is just doing a really good job of stepping up into space and making early intercepts and early tackles. They're in the right space at the right time, doing the work early, and they're shutting down Liberty's attack.
Sometimes you get a tighter game when you get to the postseason, even though there are big-time goal scorers all over the field, and we talk about all the big numbers. There's something to be said about each team's defense. Start of the fourth quarter, cold and windy here at the Villanova Field Hockey Field. The sun has come out a little bit, and it's shining on which team in the fourth quarter? That is the question, Allie. We'll have to find out and see. What does Liberty have left, or can Old Dominion pull through? They've been so structured and organized today. I've been so impressed. Andrew Griffiths has done a great job the last couple of years. This could be 2 Big East semifinal wins in a row over Liberty if this scoreline holds. And UConn waiting in the wings. 8 straight Big East tournament titles for the Huskies. They await the winner of this one. You feel like Liberty has plenty thanks to Daniela Rhodes, who's having a fantastic season, number 10 in blue. All Big East first teamer, has a point in 12 games this year. Ranked second in the country in goals scored entering today. The best goal scorers in the nation, Aaron Matson, number 1 player in the country. Where's number 1 for North Carolina? The best team, number 1. 24 goals for Matson. Daniela Rhodes is second in goals in the country with 16. Sophie Hamilton now has 17. She actually passed Rhodes thanks to 2 goals earlier. It's kicked away by Edie Ocean, or by McGilvray. And again, it's Liberty moving forward.
Liberty's going to have to look to play quick now. There's no time to wait. They've only got 13 minutes left to score 2 goals, score 3 to seal the win. So they're not going to have time to just wait and stand on the ball. They're going to have to catch ODU off guard with quick restarts, quick passes into space, and keep the pressure up in their attacking 25.
As Ilz-Wistera clears it away from her wing position and racing downfield to collect. Liberty with Jody Connolly, number 8. Out of South Africa, and 1 year at Boston University. Now a battle right in front of us. Great work by Kendra Jones, 7 in blue. And strong Evelyn Murray, number 28 in white. And right down the flank, out of play with 12 and a half minutes left in this one. Number 6 ranking for Liberty. They hit as high as number 4 in the polls earlier this season. The highest any program in Liberty history in all their athletics programs has been ranked. And now Jill Bolton escapes pressure into the circle. The feed in front and a score! Liberty, Charlotte Von Hold, her 10th goal of the year, and the Lady Flames surging ahead to get within a goal. It's 2-1.
Really good, solid finish. She takes her time, waits for the goalkeeper to go down, and goes over her. She makes sure she knows where the pressure is coming from. Jill Bolton gets her eyes up early, delivers a ball in, and she's got a really good goal finish here early on in the 4th quarter.
111 career points for Jill Bolton, who really made that play happen. You feel like she is always right in the mix of it all. And Charlotte Von Hold with a big-time goal. Liberty down by just 1. 20th career goal for the kid from the Netherlands. 11:49 left. All it took was one sudden movement by Jill Bolton, Allie, and she made it all happen.
Yep, she stayed in the play. She used her strength on the ball, took it off the defender who just had the ball trickle off her stick, and then it was a 2-on-1 opportunity.
Now we really have a ball game, don't we?
Sure do.
Coming down to the wire here at the Proving Grounds. And lots of time left here in the 4th quarter, especially the playmakers that you have out there. It's stolen away again. Liberty suddenly with momentum right through the midfield with Reagan Underwood. Jill Bolton's making her run. Old Dominion is defending.
Liberty's on a momentum swing right now. They're using speed. They're creating gaps between them and their defenders, giving themselves attacking space. It's going to be interesting to see how ODU makes adjustments and make sure that they don't get too caught away from their attacker.
Boy, that Liberty sideline erupted with excitement on that goal, huh?
For sure. I mean, you know you're still in the game with a 2-0 scoreline, right? And like I said, 2-0 can be dangerous because one goal scored and you're only down by 1. And to a team that never gives up, which is both of these teams, it's just exciting.
Very exciting. 57th goal of the season for Liberty. That leads the entire country. And if you like averages, if you like to go off that, they're 2nd in goals per game. I like to look at the totals because they speak more in terms of overall impact. But for people that like to look at the number of games, right, especially this year, their average is still right there at the top.
Yeah.
And they've played enough games for that number means a whole lot. And we're talking about as good as anybody, like the North Carolinas in the entire country.
Well, you just scoring puts you on the board and puts you ahead, right? Simple as that. And their ability to do so in creative ways, both teams, ODU and Liberty, it's just a testament to the work that these players put in and day out.
So we get talking about those at-large spots, right? 3 of them, Allie, for the NCAA tournament. If this scoreline were to still hold an RPI of number 3 for Liberty, is that enough to get them into the NCAA tournament should they not come back here?
It's hard to say, but crazier things have happened, and all they can do is make this scoreline close or win this game. And, you know, like we said, conference champions, that's the best way to do it. So win the games that are at the present and put your fate in your own hands.
NCAA tournament in 2013 for Liberty. They lost to Delaware that year and made it in 2014. That's when they were in the NORPAC conference. That was the East and West setup, correct? Stanford was on the west side, and Liberty was ruling it on the East Coast. And then went independent for a couple of years. One when they first started for Liberty, and then 1 year before they joined the Big East.
Really good group defending there by Liberty. Noticing Reagan was just out of stick length of making a tackle, they were able to slow down and delay and allow her to get back into play, so they ended up with almost a 3-on-1. One being the attacker.
Bethany Dykema, all Big East second teamer. 5th in the conference in points. Jody Connolly trying to knock it away. Kendra Jones, good center of gravity. Good battle on the ball right in front of us. And a whistle will give it back to the Lady Flames. On fire all of a sudden thanks to that goal by Charlotte Vonhold. With 7:51 remaining. Now clock starting to become an issue. Both teams subbing out. A little bit of a deeper roster for Liberty. Does that make an impact in the fourth quarter, Allie?
Sure, because they're able to get more numbers on the field and keep rotations flowing because everyone has experience in every position. So they don't have to keep the same people in the field. They have depth and they're able to keep talent on the field at all times.
Here's Charlotte Vonhold tried to cross it through, and they've called corner. A big call here for the Lady Flames.
And here, are they able to execute? Are they able to slow their minds down from the excitement and execute the play at hand? Right? This is a big moment. There's a lot of emotion behind it. Are they able to take a deep breath and execute their roles?
Good call there.
Yeah, the reason for the corner is she just touches it into her own foot, the defender. So, good to get in the area and make the trap instead of a straight-on goal shot, but unfortunate touch into her foot. And we've got Liberty with a chance to tie the game.
So watch out for the big gunners, obviously, Vonhold and Rhodes and Bolton. And this time, Jody Connolly was trying for it, maybe getting mixed up there with Lizzie Hamlet. And it's just past the goal there. Not as clean of a corner as they would have liked, I'm sure.
No, but they did make lemonade out of lemons there. I mean, they got an outcome, which is another opportunity to attack.
And now a player down for Old Dominion. There's another look at it there, just skipping wide. A decent chance it was. And now Old Dominion's trainer, Danielle Jackson, will have to come out to the field to look at the player down. If we can see a number, we'll try and get it to you. And is it Marlon DeBronya? Very, very tough that would be. You don't want to see any player get hurt, obviously.
I think she just got a little bit of an elbow. Two players fighting for position. Nothing intentional there, just a little bit of a bump, but got her in the right spot.
2 goals today for Marlon DeBronya. Both were in the first half. One was a real backbreaker for Liberty right in the final seconds of the second quarter. And now here in quarter number 4, we see this nice comeback effort by Liberty on the goal by Charlotte Vonhold, the junior out of the Netherlands, with her 10th score of the year. And it looks like that DeBronya is okay, which is a good sign. She's been their best player all season long.
Yeah, I think she's going to take a minute, take a second to recompose herself, and then I'm sure they'll be getting her right back on the field as soon as possible.
15 goals, top rookie scorer in the entire country, Big East Freshman of the Year, sharing that honor with two other Big East players. 6:54 left in the contest. Liberty gets the call right outside the circle. And then a foul called.
And again, Reagan Underwood pushing the tempo. Really good stuff. Has her eyes up, attacking the free player, but ODU holding strong with their defensive tactics and making the stop.
Very impressive young winger for Liberty. As the Lady Flames again will attack. Good movement into the circle here, and a backhand blast.
Ooh,
and then
dear.
Jill Bolton tries it, and that hit a player.
Yeah, it hit her right in the mouth. And there's blood there.
And Danielle Jackson racing back out again.
It was a good take by the Liberty player, but just caught the player right up high.
So with a player down for Old Dominion, we'll step away with just over 6 minutes left, and Old Dominion leading by a goal.
If your money is working toward the same goals, why keep it in different places? SoFi is a one-stop shop for your finances, designed to work better together. Spend with SoFi and get cashback rewards that automatically go toward your goals, like investing in stocks, ETFs, and crypto. That's better together. Or pay down your SoFi debt sooner. That's better together. And that's how SoFi is helping millions get their money right.
Ignite us, enlighten us, show us the brilliance of what's possible when courageous ambition joins valued experience. When soaring talent collides with the will to succeed. It's here, where diversity of thought makes outcomes shine brighter and resilience sparks success in the careers of tomorrow. At Old Dominion University, monarchs innovate and push each other further. Reign on. See how monarchs reign.
They say there's strength in numbers. Well, we run 100,000 strong across the world. We have over 600 residential and online programs, 17 colleges and schools, and we have 20 NCAA Division I athletic programs. Our military community includes more than 30,000 students, and we volunteer more than 500,000 hours of service every year. At Liberty University, we've been training champions for Christ since 1971.
Old Dominion on top, 2-1. The Big East Conference and member schools champion excellence by embracing respect and diversity while striving for a culture of inclusion and equality. And it's great to see all the social action we've seen throughout the entire country in the last year. And we haven't talked a lot today, Allie, about Nicole Frederick. She was the one that was hit in the face. Local kid out of Westchester East High School. That's a tough blow.
It is, because she's a normal and a regular in that back line, and she's strong. She's in the right spot. It just catches her up high, and you know what? As a defender myself, sometimes you just get caught in that position, and it was a good shot. It was a good take, but sometimes you just get in the way, and unfortunate, and I hope that heals up quickly because I know how much that hurts.
So sometimes they'll call the ball back on high hits or ball that's too hard or a backswing, as we've discussed today. That one wasn't as much of a hard hit. It was just some unfortunate fire, correct?
Correct. And I think also it came off her stick with some pretty good speed. But I think also she was just in the line to goal, which is where you're supposed to be as a defender, and it just caught her. I mean, she's shooting on goal, and that's the chance you take being a defender. You got to be in the most direct line, and that's where she was, and unfortunately ended up to a ball to the chin. So
it's certainly been tough with numerous injuries for both teams this year with a couple of key kids. I feel like every team here in the Big East Championship this weekend is without a key player, as we talked about. Danny Bates for Temple, Riley Taylor for Old Dominion, Ashley Dykema for Liberty. And UConn's without their two really good kids from England, and Ray and Gooderham, who will be back in the fall. Paul Caddy telling us in our chat, UConn won the first semifinal earlier today, 4-0 over Temple. They await the winner this noon Saturday right here on the Big East Digital Network. For it all, it's into the circle. It takes a skip. Danielle Rhodes was looking for it. Let's check in with Ashley.
Hey guys, a quick injury update there. Back-to-back injuries for Old Dominion. You hate to see that. Marlon DeBornia, we saw her go down there. She walked off gingerly, kind of pointing to her rib cage. She sat down there on the bench for maybe 10 seconds, stood up, took a big deep breath, put her arms above her head, and was ready to go back in. Maybe just got the wind knocked out of her there, it looked like. And then another one, Nicole Fredericks. We saw her go down quick. Everyone immediately rushed off the field. She was down there for maybe a minute or two as the physical training team attended to her. She came off also gingerly as well, holding onto her mouth. They were actually scrubbing a little bit of blood off of the field. She had some blood on her jersey as well. Still waiting for an update on her, guys.
Well, that's a tough blow to any kid. Thanks, Ashley. We'll see if Fredericks might be able to come back into the game. Could she play on Saturday? Should this scoreline hold? That is the question. As another player tumbling down. Today's digital network broadcast is presented by SoFi. Whether you want to borrow, save, invest, or spend, SoFi is here to help you get your money right. Get started at SoFi.com. And Allie, what do we have here?
We do have an intentional hard tackle inside the 25, which means it was upgraded to a penalty corner. So it was outside the circle, yes, but the umpire deemed it dangerous enough to give ODU the attack penalty corner.
In the semicircle area, correct? With the dotted line?
It was actually outside of it.
Outside
so
of
any
it.
intentional hard foul that the umpire deems dangerous enough to award an upgraded penalty corner inside the attacking 25 can happen.
Here's just Gabriel. There's Marlon DeBornia with a hit. Didn't get as much mustard on it as she would have liked. And back over to Liberty. And quickly broken up by Old Dominion. 3:35 left. As into the circle, out of play. Let's once again check in with Ashley.
Hey guys, just another quick update here on Nicole Fredericks. It does sound like she hit her bottom lip there. Looks like she's going to need a few stitches. If they do make it through this one and on to Saturday, they are hopeful that she could be back out there playing. Guys?
That's a big update, and we hope that she would be back into the mix for Saturday if Old Dominion can hang on.
And I would say, I think field hockey players are some of the toughest athletes around. It's a hard ball coming at you, and it's a physical game. And I'll tell you, if she was able to go back in this game, I'm sure she would. But it's good to hear that she'd be able, if they are able to hold the scoreline to play Saturday, that's awesome. But
well, the nice thing is she's from here, so she'll be able to most likely see her family members and just to mentally be in good spirits, and then physically they can patch her up. Here is Jill Bolton, helped direct the first goal, scored by Charlotte Von Hold. 2 goals by Marlon DeBornia. Just 2:30 left in this one. Does Liberty have enough? Or is it Old Dominion again in the Big East semifinals for the second straight year, advancing to the final as they knocked off the Lady Flames last year in this same setting? Kendra Jones, free hit to the Flames, right outside the circle with Lizzie Hamlet, number 1.
here you're going to want to see Liberty in these last 2 minutes really high pressing, really attacking. They're going to have to give it everything they've got in order to get in and behind the strong ODU defense in order to tie the game.
Trying to give it all they got. Jody Connolly on the restart, 1:53 left. Up ahead, plenty of numbers back for Old Dominion. Right outside the circle, Jill Bolton there. Jody Connolly keeps it afloat. Time running out on Liberty. Old Dominion feels like they're oh so close to the championship match. And we get a whistle.
Yeah, he's going to card Marlon DeBruce with a yellow card for the tackle she made just around the 25. I don't know if it was inside or outside and if he's going to upgrade, but he definitely is going to reward the card.
Clock stops with 1:32 left. Is this green?
No, it's a yellow card, so it looks like she's going to get a minimum 5 minutes here.
So Marlon DeBornia will go to the box. Player advantage for Liberty for the rest of regulation.
And I think Bethany Dickma here is trying to reason with the umpire. Was it inside the 25? Was it not? And if it was, can it be upgraded to a corner like it happened down at the other end?
So a self-start instead for Lizzie Hamlet with 90 seconds left in the match. Right on the end line, Liberty tries to poke it on through. And they'll play it from the corner. It just went out of bounds. Player advantage for Liberty. An extra body out there. Kendra Jones, and swept away nicely by Old Dominion and Jolene Ulichny. Just over a minute left.
Liberty's pushing here. They're
Big
trying
call.
to find that left foot of ODU, but ODU does well to hold steady. Now here it's all about possession. It's about calmness. It's about doing your job in order to keep the pressure off of yourselves defensively.
Great job by Bethany Dykema to win it up in the air. And once again in the final third.
ODU's in control. They have to recognize that, play the clock.
43 seconds left. Dykema tried to stop it, but out of bounds, and Old Dominion will have possession again. It's looking good for the Lady Monarchs with under 30 seconds left. And out of bounds with 18 seconds left. Is there one last push? One last gasp of air perhaps for Liberty. Clock stops with 14.7 seconds left. As they'll lift the ball downfield. It got past Old Dominion. And right on the sideline, under 10 seconds remaining. UConn will play which team on Saturday? It will be Old Dominion to the Big East Final for the second straight year. The Huskies and the Lady Monarchs will play for the Big East Championship on Saturday. A final score of 2-1. Old Dominion beats Liberty in the Big East semis for the second straight year. Boy, what a ball game, Allie.
Really good stuff. ODU was strong the entire game. They utilized their numbers up and their space in and behind, got on the board early and was able to hold and stay composed for the entirety of the game.
So 2 goals today from Marlon De Bruyne, the Big East Freshman of the Year. A late goal by Charlotte Von Hole, just not enough as the Lady Monarchs win their 9th of the year, their 4th straight win, their 2nd win of the year over Liberty, and they're on to face the Huskies on Saturday. For Ashley Lyotis and Allie Campbell and our great crew, I'm Nick Montaigne. Thanks for watching us on the Big East Digital Network presented by SoFi. The Lady Monarchs are moving on to the final. Good afternoon, everyone. See you next time.